Deep inside ourselves, we are all hackers. Welcome to Future Week 2021 and the very first edition of MCB Hack. It's an honor to see so many of you gathered in the same room. And on behalf of the organizers, I would like to wish you all a warm welcome to this building. My name is Ketil, and I'm going to be your host this day. And with the restrictions in Norway being lifted just days before we are gathered here, it might seem like the coincidence of all time that we are allowed to meet now, without any spaces in between the seats. But I can assure you that we have employed the most sophisticated machine learning and AI we could find to predict this date. And it looks like we found it. Just kidding, sometimes you can't beat luck. Over the next few hours, we will be showing you a program we are really proud of. And together with our programming committee, we have created a lineup we think will delight all of you. We will start by looking into how you could use raw data as a way to visualize stories with interactivity. But we will also dive deep down to the mapping world and see how you can create engaging and intriguing mapping. But it doesn't stop there. We will also go on a world tour to see the best projects of data-driven journalism that's been created over the past few years. And then we'll also take a little trip up the staircase to heaven. And all of this is just before lunch. When we come back at 1 o'clock, there will be more good stuff waiting for you here in this auditorium called Atlantis. We also have a channel. We have people following us on stream today, live all over Europe, rumor says. And in order for you to be able to engage with the speakers and with this auditorium, we have a back channel on Discord. So hopefully we can get up a QR code which you can scan to join in the conversation with the speakers, with your fellow attendees, both physically and virtually. So if you haven't already joined in, the conversation has already started. Here is your chance, both in the audience and in the feed going on the stream. But I guess you are all eager. So without any further ado, let's start hacking! Woo! And ladies and gentlemen, with that, it's a great honor for me to introduce today's first speaker, directly from Belgium. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Maarten Lambrechts.
Thank you very much, Ketil, for the introduction, and also thank you to the organizers for inviting me. It's been a bit of a weird experience traveling here after the past 1.5 or 2 years, but I'm happy to be in a room again, live in front of an audience. And so, yeah, I'm very looking forward to this day, I think like many of you are as well. So I'm Maarten from Belgium, and I'm going to talk to you about a project that I did with some other people and how we went from real raw data to 17 interactive data stories. So I'm going to talk about the Sustainable Development Goals Atlas, which is an online publication from the World Bank. And it's an online-only publication, and this was a first for the World Bank. Usually they produce big PDFs that they offer on their website. This time they wanted to do something different, and so we decided to do it online only. So the Atlas is a collection of 17 stories, and as it says here, the Atlas of Sustainable Development Goals 2020 presents interactive storytelling and data visualizations about the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And here you have all the stories, but I'm first going to scroll all the way down here. You see here a very big list of people, so more than 60 people were involved in the production of the 17 stories, and I was part of the data visualization team. We didn't not only do the data visualization, but we also developed the interactives and the website. So that was done by me and 3 other people external from the World Bank, so we were like a kind of small external data viz team developing all the visuals and the stories. So let's quickly go through one of the stories, because I assume not many of you have already seen these. The first story is about poverty. It's one of the more important stories. Poverty is a big topic in the Sustainable Development Goals. And so you can see that we are mixing text and graphics, like many of you also do, I can imagine. And we were relying heavily also on scrollytelling. So we have been using this scrollytelling format a lot in these stories. First, just to guide people into more complex graphics, but also, yeah, it's just a bit more engaging to read and see the visuals update and animate. So this is a story about extreme poverty going down, and this graphic will be repeated a little further down as well. Here we have a little animation, an animated bee swarm, where you see the countries move from the side where there's more poverty to the side where there's less poverty. So if I scroll down, you will see this animation. This is a map, it's a cartogram, where you can see how extreme poverty has been shifting from China and India mainly to Africa. So we were quite free to experiment with different kinds of visualization. So you will see many other things than just bar charts and line charts. We were given a lot of freedom. But of course, we had to make sure that readers could understand what was going on. So here we have a second scroller that is building on top of the first one about extreme poverty, just to show or repeat what was visible on the cartogram, that extreme poverty in China and India has gone down, but that in sub-Saharan Africa it actually went up. Some more graphics here. This is about a projection in the future about how extreme poverty can or will evolve. So it's quite a long story, but the interactivity and the animations make it engaging and also provide explanation for every step. So you can really build up the complexity of the story by adding complexity to the charts step by step. And this is something that we have done in many of the Sustainable Development Goals Atlas. So how do stories like this come to be? Where do you start if you want to make stories like this? People in journalism know that it's all about sketching out the basic frame of the story and also try different visualizations. So it's all about sketching first, trying things, see how you can connect things. So this was always the first step. And because the Sustainable Development Goal topics are so broad, for example, poverty, you can tell many different stories about poverty. We usually had to pick an angle or pick some of the subtopics in those big topics. And then we had to select the data to build our story around. Sometimes it went the other way around. Sometimes we had fresh data coming from research, and we knew that we wanted to use this data set to produce one of the 17 stories. And then we took the data and started sketching with that data. So sometimes it's first defining an angle, sometimes it's just selecting the data first because it was new data that hadn't been published yet. Then, of course, you have to make some data visualization sketches to see which kind of visuals support your story best. This is really important. And then we had to develop a narrative. You have to have a good start, a middle part, and an end, of course, and you have to connect the different visuals together so that the stories really flow and that you don't have these big jumps in the text that people are suddenly confused that this an article about something else than they were expecting. This is the document that was used to sketch out the first story. Is this visible enough? Should I try to make it bigger? I think it's kind of okay. And you can see this is really, it's just bullet points and key messages and screenshots and really messy sketches. So before any text is written, we sketched out the basic frame of the story with some numbers and sub-numbering, screenshots from how charts could look like, even with other data and from other topics. But you can see that the final story already, or that this sketch already has the visuals that ended up in the final story. So you have this fan chart here. This is a chart that's further down the story that I didn't show you, but it's 1 or 2 pages full with bullet points, screenshots, and some mock-ups. So this is how many of these stories originated. Sometimes we did it differently. This is for the second story about hunger. Here I started with a data set, and then I used a program or a tool called R Markdown, where I can quickly import the data, make some sketches, visualization sketches to see how the data looks like, and based on that, we then selected the visuals that we wanted to have in the story. So the base of the story was that in the most recent years, hunger and undernourishment is going up. And it's no longer going down, and so that was what we wanted to show. So I tried different ways of showing that. Here I used some area charts. The line charts didn't really work that well. And tried some bars as well. You'll see in a minute how the final graphic looks like. We also had data about how people are suffering from undernourishment by income. So how poorer people actually suffer more from hunger and undernourishment than richer people in the same country. So here I made a chart that showed the gap between the richest 20% and the poorest 20%, to see that even in richer countries, you also have poor people suffering from undernourishment. The number of children in a household also affects the probability of being undernourished, so that we're showing here households with 0 to 2 children and households with more than 2 children, and the gap between them. And then we also had a quite extensive data set, a survey data set, where in more than 80 countries, households were asked what kind of food insecurity or undernourishment they experienced in the past year. And so we came up with this waffle chart. These charts are called waffle chart, and each little dot or each little square represents one household. And then you can see how many households answered yes to a question like, was there a day in the past year that you didn't have enough food, that you didn't eat what you wanted to eat? But I'll show you the story itself right now, so you can get a sense of how that actually looks like. So these are these little charts that I showed you, now limited to only the 7 regions that the World Bank is using. And you can see that these colored areas highlight where the trend is going up. So you have a little legend here at the top showing where trends are going down and where trends are going up. So you can easily see that in Latin America and the Caribbean, here, also Sub-Saharan Africa, in the past years, numbers were going up. We also provided this toggle, so you can also see what the actual numbers are, how many million people are suffering from undernourishment. Here we have the same chart, but for food insecurity, which is kind of related, but it's a different topic. And you can see that also here, numbers are not going down for many regions. And here we have these waffle charts. And again, we're using scrollytelling to build up the complexity. So you have these 3 questions from the survey, and we're highlighting one family here. And if you hover, you get the details about how many people are in the household. their education level, their income level, things like that. And if you scroll down, we explain what the colors are. So when a household answered yes, I'm suffering from this, then we color it in the red. Otherwise, it's in this blue-green. Then we show the data for the whole country, for all households that were surveyed. And if we scroll down, we're going to add another layer of complexity, which is showing the probability of food insecurity. So the opacity shows you the probability that a household is suffering from food insecurity. And then the final graphic in this piece, we're showing also data for other countries. So we started with Guinea, then the Philippines and Argentina, because these are countries with different specifics, so we're also explaining those. This is the gap chart, where you can see what the difference is between the highest income group and the lowest income group for different countries. You can see that in my initial plot, the lines or the gaps were horizontal, now they are vertical. So from the initial sketch, we changed the orientation, highlighting some countries to explain what is going on there. And then we also have the chart showing the differences between having few and more children. And here and finally, and this is something that we had to do for a lot of stories. We started making the atlas at the beginning of 2020, end of 2019, which means that COVID-19 came midway into our development process. And that also meant that for many stories, we needed to add something about COVID, because COVID had a lot of effect on all of these topics. So we tried to look for data sets showing the impact of COVID on these topics. And here we had a data set about food insecurity in Nigeria from the same survey, where you can see, for example, that people who didn't report any food insecurity, so they answered no to all those questions about did you eat less than you wanted. And you can see that many of these people went in June 2020 to a whole day without eating. So this chart is showing the effect of COVID on food insecurity. And this was something that we had to do for many stories, adding some COVID part to it, because otherwise it would be a bit weird publishing this atlas in the middle of a pandemic and not mention it. So that was something that we had to do. Going to skip this one. So where did the data come from? We used many different sources, but the main workhorse was the World Development Indicators database managed by the World Bank itself. It contains many of the indicators that are tracked to monitor the progress made in the Sustainable Development Goals. But we also used other World Bank data, other public data if we needed it to support the story. And we also used data from research. And sometimes this was open research data that we just could download from somewhere. But we were also in contact with researchers themselves and trying to get them to send us their data, which was not publicly available. And luckily, many of them were happy to collaborate. We also used things like satellite imagery, and for that we use Google Earth Engine, and there are many other sources of data. All these different sources, of course, mean that these data came in many different formats. The World Development Indicators database has a nice API that we can use to quickly get access to the data. But we used CSV files, we used Excel files. We sometimes needed to go to GitHub repositories, run some R code to generate model data, things like that. Some researchers sent us data files, which is a statistical program, so we needed to convert those data sets as well. And we also used geographical data, so also shape files and raster data. So how can you deal with this variety of sources and variety of file formats? We try to get to a process where we would have a uniform file format for all the data that was driving the visuals. So what I did was, I'm an R user, so R is a programming language to work with data. The first step I did was to get the data into R, and for World Bank data there's a nice package called WB Stats, so World Bank Stats, and you get direct access to the World Bank data. Then I transformed it, made new calculations, the calculations that I needed for the visuals. In many cases also filter out data because the data sets are sometimes quite large. And then we uploaded everything to Google Sheets. And the reason for that is something that I'll explain in a minute. So the actual building of the story was done by using a story template. So we have 17 stories, but they all started from the same template. So it's kind of a frame for all the stories, and yeah, we used a GitHub repository for that we just cloned. And in the end, this was maybe not the best approach, because if we had already 17 stories and we wanted to change something in the styling of the sources beneath the articles, for example, then we needed to edit all 17 clones that we made. So that was maybe not the best approach, but yeah, that was the way that we went in. So this template is based on Create React App, and Create React App is meant to quickly set up a development environment for React apps. So all the stories are React based, and React App gives you some nice things. Of course, it's React, so you have things like components that you can reuse. So we had components for some of the visuals that we could then reuse in other stories. So we had a line chart component, for example, and we could then use this component in different stories. React also manages the state, which means that, for example, if you scroll, you can tell React, well, if this part comes into view, then this should happen with the visual. So that's all done by React. And Create React App also gives you a development server, so that you can develop on your own computer, and you have a live reloading preview in your browser, which is really nice. And it gives you also optimized build, so when you build the stories, you know that file sizes are going to be not too big and things like that. So all these things you don't have to worry about if you use Create React App. We added something to Create React App, of course. The first thing is styling. We wanted to have a shared styling, so we put all the styling for the stories into the template. And some components were also put in the template so that we could use it in all the stories, and one of them was the storytelling part. So that was also part of the template. And then we also had a mechanism in there to fetch the content, and this is both for the copy, the text, as for the data driving the visuals. So the way that it works is that we have for every story a Google Doc where, maybe I can show that. So it's just a Google Doc where we put all the content, all the text, and all the building blocks. So if you check this doc, you first have a config part where you have the title and things like that, the URL to the top illustration. But then from here on, the content starts, and here you can see that we have a first paragraph of text, and then we have this block here which says that there should be a line chart, and you have a title, subtitle, source for the line chart. And if you check the actual story, you can see that this is the first paragraph in the Google Doc, and then we have this line chart over here. So this allowed us to collaboratively work on the text. You get all the benefits of Google Docs, which means that you have version control. You can add discussions there. So this was really nice to have. The only thing then, of course, is how do you get from Google Docs to the actual story? And I'm going to highlight that in a minute. But the same applied to the data. So we were using Google Sheets. So this is the actual sheet that is feeding the line chart that you just saw in the story. So both the text as all the data for the graphics is living in Google Drive. Then we had one command to fetch all the data. So when we ran this command, React or the template would download all the data and convert it to JSON files that we then could use to build the story. So if you download the Google Doc, this is how it looks like in my code editor. It's just a JSON file with all the blocks of text and graphics. So all this is possible by using Archie markup language, ArchieML, developed at the New York Times. And it's just meant to do things like this, that you can collaboratively work on a piece, but that also programmers have access to the content and that they can work with it and develop the graphics and things like that. So ArchieML is really handy for that. The same applies to the data. If you download it, what you end up with is just a JSON containing all the sheets in your Google Sheets, and then you can import that data into the code for making the visuals. So how did we develop the visualizations? For that, we used React and mostly SVG. So this is actual code. Let me show you the graphic. I'm going to skip this one. So this is a bubble chart where you have a circle representing a country. These are colored by regions. And if you hover over one of the bubbles, it gives you the tooltip. So this code over here is saying, yeah, put here an SVG with a certain width and height. And then in React, you can say, well, this countries array that is containing all the data for the countries, for each of these countries in this array, return a circle, put it on this coordinate in the X direction, this coordinate in the Y direction. Its radius should be based on the total, which is total population, and the stroke is depending whether or not you're hovering over the dot. And then you also say on mouse over, do this, show tooltip, on mouse leave, hide tooltip. So this is how you can generate graphics from data in React. And yeah, we use this format a lot. And we used to do this, many of us used to do this differently by using D3, because D3 can also add elements to a web page based on data. But we let React be in control of everything that should be on the page, and we only used some of the utility functions of D3. So we used D3 for calculating scales, for access, for generating shapes and layout calculations, number and date formatting. So all these things are really helpful, but that's the only part of D3 that we were using. So D3 was only used to mainly calculate how things should be rendered on the page, and then we let React render everything. Some handy React utilities. In many cases, you want to know how big the space is for your graphic, and there is a package called container dimensions, which gives you exactly that. It calculates how much space there is available, and it communicates that to the graphic that you put in this container. React Spring is used for animations. So when you saw these lines animating in, and that's a React Spring. React intersection observer is handy for when you want something to happen when something scrolls into view. So for example, if you want a video to start playing only when it comes into view, you can use intersection observer. React select is for making drop-downs. So some of the interactives have some drop-downs or search functionality. And then finally, we have React Scrollama, which is a library for the scrollytelling. We also used AI to HTML, and that is a tool to make responsive graphics in Adobe Illustrator. And I think I can best show how that works by taking one of the stories. So here you have a chart about the share of animals endangered in different groups of animals, so amphibians, coral reefs, and others. And it's a responsive graphic. So if I make the screen smaller, you can see that it's showing in a different format. And so the way that works is that in Adobe Illustrator, you have different artboards of different sizes, and you design your visualizations on different sizes, and then you have a script that you can run in Illustrator, and it generates the code to embed this into a web page. And then you have responsive graphics directly from within Adobe Illustrator. In this story, we also use this kind of weird-looking maps. This is it's a story about the ocean. So we use a projection that puts the ocean at the center, and it splits up the land. And this is also done in Illustrator. So if you make it smaller, you can see that the orientation will change, and now you have the text nicely next to it. Downside is, of course, that you have the north pointing to the left, which might confuse some readers. But I think for smaller screens, sometimes you have to do things like this. Some other tools that we use, we have some video. I already mentioned that. We have a React Globe GL, which is like a spinning globe that you can turn around, and it's in WebGL. I relied heavily on QGIS for making maps in Story 9. In Story 11, we had some more maps, but this time interactive online maps, so made with Mapbox. And for 13, there is also an animation made with something called Reggle. I invite you to check all of these out, of course, but I lack the time to show them to you. The building process, this was not really my area. I was not really involved in this. But before launch, we had previews of all the stories that we could share with the writers and with the researchers. And this was done through GitHub Pages. So we always had a development version on GitHub Pages, which was password protected. This was one of the requirements. This was really handy for sharing the story with people who didn't have access to the Google Docs. So they could also get a preview and send us feedback. And then for the deploy, we had automated builds from GitHub, which means that every 24 hours, we would generate the stories again. And it would also directly connect to all the files, all the sheets, and all the Google Docs on Google Drive, so that it was always in sync with what we had in the Google Docs. And we did that both for staging and production. And so I think this went live in November last year, I think. And currently, we are working on translating the 17 stories into French, Spanish, and Japanese. And this is another challenge because you have to you can't have hard-coded English words in the code of your visualization. And this, this is challenging, but I think we're getting there. And I hope that this fall, we can also have these stories in other languages. So that's all that I had for you. I hope this wasn't too technical for this early morning, and that you managed to get some inspiration or a sense of what it took to build these stories. This is the URL to my slides. I'm sure the organization will also share those. So thank you very much for your attention and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation, Maarten. And we don't have any questions yet on the chat, but we have a comment from viewers in Italy who found your React part really relevant because they're implementing a React project currently. So there might be follow-up questions from them later, but let's start with the audience in the room. Any questions for Maarten? We have one, and please hold until we get you a microphone, so just a few seconds. On the right-hand side of the auditorium.
Hello.
My right.
Okay, I'm starting.
Oh, sorry, we have one more.
Got the microphone, so.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I wonder, these goals are to be achieved, I think, in 9 years from now. What is your plan for updating of this data? It's quite a big job, I think, to keep the website updated.
Yeah, I don't think the plan is to update these stories with new numbers, but there's going to be a new atlas, but it will highlight different topics. I think it will take a different take on all these 17 topics and highlight some other indicators, I can imagine. But I'm not really the one making the decisions about how the new atlas should look like, or how updating these atlas should look like. I was more, a consultant or a freelancer involved in just making the things. So I can't really answer that, but I think the plan is to highlight different numbers and different subtopics in the next atlas.
And then we have one more question right at the front here. And if there are more questions further back, I can't see, so then please arrange.
Hi, thank you. Very excellent presentation. My question is about the data. All these things are measured in different ways in different countries. So when you got all the data, did you have to, in the cleaning process of that data, did you have to apply some transformation or standardization, normalizations to the data so that it will be comparable to, that you can compare countries and actually build an indicator?
And mostly, and especially for the world development indicators, the normalization and things like that was already done. So we had access to the official World Bank data, and so we didn't have to worry about those. But sometimes, of course, we had to do some little transformation, like calculating per capita numbers instead of raw numbers. That was that was part of the transformation process, but the hard statistical things were already done before we got the data in our hands.
More questions from the audience?
I was just wondering how you've ensured accessibility in the process. Has it been a part of the focus? It's quite hard when you use external services as well and don't code everything from scratch to have a complete overview of that. So I was just wondering what you thought of that during the process.
I must admit this was not on top of the list at the beginning. And during the process, we tried to ensure, of course, that color palettes were color blind friendly, things like that. But I think, for example, the scrollytelling, I'm not sure how that would work for people with visible disabilities. So we thought about it, and we did what we could, but I don't think we have done a really good job in that area. And I'm sure in the next atlas this will get a lot more attention than it had now.
Do we have more questions from the auditorium? Because we have some now on the chat channel, and if you have not yet downloaded the Discourse app, you will have the QR code behind you here. But let's start with the ones we have so far. First question from Silje. How did you extrapolate info from R into Google Sheets?
There's a package called Google Sheets 4, which makes it really, really easy. You can download data from Google Sheets, and you can just upload it as well. So this Google Sheets 4 package was very handy.
Nice. And then there is a follow-up question, or rather a new question. What's been the response from your readers? Do they understand these visualizations?
What I heard from people from the World Bank was that, firstly, the response within the World Bank was really great. So as I said, this was the first time that they did a fully online publication, and also the first time they heavily invested in all these visual data visualization and also interactivity. So that response was great, and I can only go further on what I heard myself on Twitter, which is of course also a very small bubble, but many great responses. It would be nice, though, of course, to test these stories in front of normal people, lay people. But I heard also that some teachers are using it in their class. So I think, we really try to put the barrier as low as possible without oversimplifying everything. But it would be nice to test the stories.
Thank you for your good answers and for all the questions. I see Havegum is typing, but we don't have time for more right now. But the good news is that Maarten will be around for the full day and might even be here more of the week. So you will have your chance to discuss your question with him during the break. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand of applause for Maarten Lambrechts. And now it's time for a world tour. Imagine you are the band going on the road, just performing for a lot of audiences. I guess that's not the everyday for most of us, at least not during the past 1.5 years. But nevertheless, we have a speaker coming up who will take you on a tour inside here. Not a rock band tour, but a tour of data-driven journalism. We will learn more about what's the most exciting stuff that she has seen lately during the pandemic period and maybe before that. And it is surely going to be exciting. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a really big warm applause for Marianne Bouchart.
Hi. Okay, welcome to this session entitled Data Journalism World Tour for Nerds. I hope there are nerds in the room today, right? Because we're going to get pretty nerdy today. Thank you very much for having me here. It's a pleasure. I'm really excited to be here today. My name is Marianne Bouchart. I've been working in data journalism for over 10 years now. I feel really old just saying that. Today I will take you on a world tour of some of the most inspiring and quite nerdy data-driven projects of recent years. All the slides you're going to see today are already online, available for you to check them out. If you want to be clicking through them, you can. It's on bit.ly/TDJ Tour 21. I used to work as a web producer and graphics designer and editor at Bloomberg News in London a while back. And then I created a data journalism non-profit called HEI-DA in 2015, where we work with newsrooms around the world, these days mainly in Africa and Southeast Asia. And we help them coordinate data-driven news projects, but also fact-checking, open data, and web journalism projects. So we always look for new and innovative ways to tell stories with data. So it's a pleasure to be able to be here today and to talk a bit about the geeky side of things, because I think it's the first time I go to a conference where they ask me, be just the nerdiest you can be. So that's really awesome. I also coordinate a competition called the Sigma Awards for data journalism. just to get an idea in the room, I know I can't see you very well, but I'll try. I just want to know by show of hands who in the room is a journalist. All right. Who is developer, programmer, /nerd, something? Cool. Do we have students? Okay, cool. Hi. Okay, so who's ready for a little trip around the world? We've been stuck at home for 2 years now. And so together we will travel with no need of a health pass, or no testing, no nothing. That's really cool. And I mean, a lot of very amazing projects were done over the past 2 years, tackling COVID-19. I've said it. And we could dedicate an entire session, okay, to great data journalism about the pandemic. However, I deliberately chose projects that do not tackle the pandemic today. So let's go. The goal of this session is to showcase some very cool projects from around the world and to provide you with insights on what technologies lie behind them. So for each project, I will try and give you a description, some details about the tech and tools that were used to make them, and what challenges they faced, some sort of bonus information, takeaways we can get from them. So let's go, yeah. First stop, something like a 20-hour flight journey to South Korea. We won't be talking about missiles, okay, although a couple seem to have been launched overnight. But we will talk about satellites today and satellites data. This is a project called The Watchers Overhead, and it was done by Kook Hilbo, a news team based in Korea. And so they analyzed some 40,000 pieces of space surveillance data to map and simulate in 3D satellites what we cannot see by the naked eye. So they revealed the importance of satellites for national defense and the state of Korean satellite development and military tensions, obviously, in the unseen satellite space. Just for some background information, the Korean Peninsula is one of the world's last remaining divided regions at conflict for over 70 years. And so there are countless satellites from world powers such as the US, Russia, China, and Japan that orbit the airspace above the peninsula, owing to the region's strategic importance. So following this reporting, this project, some information that was not disclosed before about future plans of the current state of satellite development has been released to the public. So this project had some quite cool impact. About the nerdy side of things, one of the biggest challenges that the team had when doing this project was to optimize the data presentation and the storytelling for desktop and mobile environments. The team sourced the satellite monitoring data from a website called spacetrack.org, operated by the United States Strategic Command, and Spacebook, that's developed by a firm called Analytical Graphics. They analyzed the data using good old Excel, and they transformed some coordinates, the Cartesian coordinates, into latitudes, longitudes, and altitudes. And so they incorporated all of the following tools and techniques you can see on screen that involved, 3D interactives, lots of JavaScript libraries, augmented reality, web APIs, all of that. Space code. So that's for our first stop. Hop. Second one, not so far away. It's just a stopover because I couldn't be in Southeast Asia and not talk about this project from Taiwan on sensor tech. It's called GPS Reveals the Dark Side of Recycling campaign, and that was done by a media called Apple Daily in Taiwan. And what they did was they ran an investigation about the tracking of garbage in the city, because they found out that there was some dodgy stuff happening where the companies that were supposed to take the garbage off the street and bring them to some, good old landfill, were not doing it. They were just, picking the trash and throwing it in some illegal places instead. And to prove that, the journalists just decided to drop some sensors in the bins and to track them. They said, we'll find out where they go, right? And so to visualize the results of that project, they've created this interactive map where you just follow the trucks in the street, and that gives you some information about the problematic and why it's happening and what the government is doing about it or not, etc. That I found quite funky and a little geeky too. In terms of technology behind it, apart from the sensors, obviously, that are basically GPS trackers, they used Mapbox and OpenStreetMap, some quite accessible tools for journalists to use. Yep. Ready for one more? Okay, so the next up is a news team based in the US, but the topic is going to be, again, in Asia, in India. So we're going to look at this project from the New York Times. It's no secret that the air quality in New Delhi is quite bad, as in a lot of places in India, but just how terrible is it? And so in this project called Who Gets to Breathe Clean Air in New Delhi by the New York Times, the news team both quantified and personalized that question in a very powerful multimedia story. They combined sensor journalism, video, graphics, data analysis, and very strong reporting to sort of bring us in a day in the life of two children, one that is poor and the other one that's middle class. And by tracking their activities throughout the day, from waking up to commuting to going to school, and they measure the pollution levels that they are exposed to, minute by minute, they tell us in a very visceral way the inequalities in access to clean air. And so Manu, who lives in a slum and attends school outside, is exposed to about 4 times as much pollution as Amir, whose school and home are guarded by hair filters and hair purifiers. This disparity, like we observed that day, could steal around 5 years more life from someone in Manu's position compared to an upper middle class child like Amir. So that was quite a powerful project using sensors. And to do that, they worked with researchers from ILK Labs in Bangalore to design a data collection process and protocol involving 3 types of, it gets really geeky. It used 3 types of portable air quality sensors, and they made some custom software on a battery-powered Raspberry Pi computer. Anyone has heard about Raspberry Pi? They recorded the air pollution data as simple CSV files. The video files, including some sidecar metadata generated by the cameras. They used Google Sheets and some custom Node.js app to pass the various metadata and sync it all via the timecodes. And that allowed them to generate some time code-based visuals that you see on the story that I just played earlier. It's quite important to note that just as important and the technologies used were in this project, there were also months of on-the-ground reporting from the reporters in New Delhi to identify appropriate families, get into their homes, their schools, learn about their lives, and understand the broader social context behind these two children's lives. And so the combination of deeply informed, on-the-ground reporting and creative, very data-heavy visualizations helps make this project quite distinctive. Some more nerdy info, just to add to the challenge of that project, is that they said there wasn't like a turnkey commercial project that did what they needed in order to produce this interactive project. So most of the air quality monitoring hardware is very big and stationary, and they needed something very small and mobile that could let them keep up with the subjects, with the two kids. And so they've made something house-made, customized it a bit, and they use something called Arduino Airbeam 2 sensors. And so I will share with you some more links about the tech behind that if you're interested into air pollution and sensor data. What can we learn from this? Well, there's tremendous potential for sensor journalism and rigorous field work to show aspects of the world that cannot be revealed in an interview or official records. And so, with the guidance of researchers and experts, teams can design experiments that give us direct access to scientific data and far more visualizations possibilities than if we relied on just existing studies. But again, none of that data would matter if we can't make it feel intuitive and personal. And so that's where we go back to the journalism and to the people behind the story. All right. Next. Let's go to Nigeria, Africa. We're going to be talking about drones now. It's a drone journalism project called Mapping Makoko. Makoko is one of Africa's most unique inner city slums. And let me play that for you. And is estimated to be home to over 300,000 people. The numbers are actually quite hazy because the area appears as a near blank space on maps, with little information about structures, density, or even streets. This means it's almost impossible to properly track land ownership, plan infrastructure, optimize services, even plan for emergency or support development if there's no map of this place. And so being a blank spot means authorities never really allocated resources to Makoko adequately. Or even worse, sometimes they exploit the lack of awareness to grab the land and displace dwellers. So this project is a bottom-up mapping project, and it helped the community fight for their land rights, basically. It combines data, satellite images, on-the-ground multimedia journalism, and some long-form storytelling, as you could see on the video behind me. 15 local women and 17 men were trained by the coalition partners to map Makoko using drones, canoes. I'm talking about the boats, guys, the real canoes, because this place is only accessible by boats, and open data platforms. It was captured in this flagship story that was produced by The Guardian Nigeria. So this piece sort of combined drone journalism, geo-journalism, data visualizations, multimedia with some first-hand narratives of the lives of people living in Makoko. And they won a Sigma Award for data journalism this year with this project. It just shows the brilliant collaboration between news organizations, civil society, technology enablers, journalism funding support, because they got funding from the Policy Center on Crisis Reporting, and the local community. Throughout the nope, okay. I just wanted to show you the tag behind it. Throughout the project, 990 images were captured by drones and uploaded to the OpenStreetMap and Java OpenStreetMap. Anyone knows about OpenStreetMap in the room? Does that ring a bell a little? Yeah, some of you? It's a free wiki world map, basically, and it's got groups in lots of countries around the world. I invite you to check it out. That's the Norwegian page of it. The humanitarian OpenStreetMap volunteers assisted in digitizing the images for that project on Makoko. They created what they called points of interests using the Open Data Toolkit. And so they were able to not just map the place, but also include sources of clean water, schools, healthcare facilities, places of worship, town halls, and more. In terms of techniques and technologies used in this project, you had drone mapping, obviously, Open Data Kit, something called Shorthand, which is a tool that's very easy to use to make scrollytelling projects online, Flourish, for data visualizations. Maybe you guys know about this tool too. Google Earth Pro, of course, for satellite images, and Google Sheets. And so what we learned from this project is that data journalism can help put invisible communities or settlements into open maps. And by combining drones, geodata, and data visualization, you can produce impact on the geographic perception of communities. And it can have an impact on decision-making, too, in the long term. All right. OK. Last up. Listen. I couldn't possibly do a presentation on the nerdiest data projects of recent years without mentioning one of the global investigations by the ICIJ. You're probably very familiar with. There's been a bunch of great ones. And today I'm going to talk about the Finalnd files. Have you heard of that project, guys? Very recent. Broke during the pandemic. It began with a trove of secret government documents, and it grew into a partnership of more than 400 journalists in 88 countries, the largest reporting project in history. Just that. Their 16-month investigation proved that 5 global banks continued to profit from suspect transactions even after they paid hefty fines and promised to clean up their acts. Naughty. It revealed how laws meant to stop financial crime have instead allowed it to proliferate. And it showed transaction by transaction how some of the world's most notorious criminals used the international banking system to legitimize the profits from their deadly dealings. The Finalnd files include more than 2,100 suspicious activity reports, which banks must file with the US government to flag transactions that appear to be linked to illicit activity. Making sense of these reports, which covered tens of thousands of pages, required some innovation and exhaustive effort. This investigation involved data on more than $2 trillion in transactions, dating from 1999 to 2017, that had been flagged in the suspicious activity reports by nearly 90 financial institutions. So we're talking about slightly big fire. They used, you see, I need 2 columns to link all the tech behind it. They used AI machine learning to screen the records and obtained a first set of transactional data that could be used for research. And so, because there are variations in languages, and because of the complexity of the reports, which prevented the capture of some very essential details, the team launched a very large-scale data extraction effort. So for more than a year, 85 journalists in 30 countries extracted transaction information in the narratives by hand, sharing them securely with partners on the ICIJ's global iHub platform that they use. And then ICIJ had to review each transaction 3 times, and that's a process that took 7 months in total, just for that bit. So for all the nerds in the room, I've linked all of the tech and tools that they've used in their project. And maybe you're wondering, where did she get all that? Where is that coming from? Well, I'm not a magician. I could spend hours trying to find out how they did it, but no, I'm very lucky that actually all of this information about how projects were made and what team felt like working on those is the kind of information that they've shared with us at the Sigma Awards, where they explained where the idea came from, how they made a project, what impact it had, what technology they used, what challenges they faced, what could we learn from that project. And so I invite you guys to check out this database that we've made interactive on our website, where we can just have a massive library. You can continue your world tour. We've made a big library of data journalism projects from around the world. So you can scroll through that on the website, but and so you will find some of the projects I've talked about today. But because we are in a room full of nerds, I had to mention GitHub, where we have repositories as well. So we've made all of the data open, and you can download the spreadsheets of something about 1,000 data journalism projects for just the past 2 years. From working on this project. So this last slide is just to sort of have a little recap of the tech trends that we see in just in the past year, going through all of those data journalism projects. So quite a few more drone and sensor-driven projects from various places around the world. We can't say that sensor journalism is something that's more done in the US or in other parts of the world. It's actually quite widespread, which is awesome. Lots of satellite imagery, now that it's more and more accessible and that journalists get more and more used to using those tools. AI, machine learning, big keywords today, used quite a lot. Recently, good old spreadsheets, often, obviously, always, almost. D3, I mean, you mentioned D3 too in your projects. Lots of scraping, real-time data is more and more important. I know I said I wouldn't mention COVID, but a lot of news teams had to deal with real-time data in the newsroom over the past 2 years, whether you liked it or not. News games, immersive journalism. We haven't talked about it in this presentation, but a lot is going on that side of things too. And the scrollytelling design is almost a given today. We see a lot of that. So that's it for me. Listen, I managed to keep it with the time. I'm quite shocked about this. So that's it. That's the end of my presentation for this. I wanted to sort of spark a discussion with you guys here and at home, hopefully. I'd like to know what you'd like to add to this list and what you thought about what we said during this talk. So this is it from me. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you for one inspiring presentation, Marianne.
Cheers.
This was certainly a world tour, and some geeky stuff in there too. And we know that we have someone in the audience who really enjoys this. As Marianne said, this is kind of starting a conversation. Marianne is in the Discord channel, which you hopefully by now have logged into. If not, we will have the QR code up on the wall again. Marianne will also be hosting a debate or a panel session at the very last session of the conference, so make sure to not miss that one. But there might be questions from the auditorium, so let's start there. If you have questions, raise your hand and wave clearly so we can see you. And we have someone with a microphone coming to you soon. Yes, I see one. We might have more. So you guys, you just organize the order.
Hi, thank you again for the presentation. I wonder, one of the stories, for example, the recycling, the guys who put the chip in the... I saw a similar story. I don't remember which country. But given that you have this hub of data journalism, is there any project or platform, I don't know, where journalists around the world can collaborate and replicate similar stories and maybe create a collection of the same story and really see how it compares to country or something like that?
Sure. We're trying to get into something like that with the Sigma Awards, where we've created an online community with, I think, 400 data journalists from something like 80 countries. Where we can chat and share ideas and try and spark collaborations. I know that the European Journalism Center is doing some awesome job about community building and data journalism. They have a website community called datajournalism.com. You could make it more simple than that, where you can actually exchange ideas and talk with other fellow data journalists from around the world. I know that most of the teams that I featured in the presentation today, they share their methodology and their code online as well, so that those projects can be easily replicated by others. Yep.
We have one more.
Yeah. Thank you very much. This was so inspiring.
Where are you?
I'm here. Up here.
Okay. Hi. Yeah.
I'm just wondering about the immersive storytelling or the journalism parts. Do you have any examples? Because I know that the broadcasters are really, or they have been struggling to find out how to make this kind of immersive storytelling for a broad audience and not like just for one person at a time. But I would really like to see some examples if you have.
Let's go have coffee. I'm going to show you some amazing projects. I don't know if I can actually go and show something.
We can. We do like some risks. So if the guys backstage are up for it, we can try to do a quick live session. There we go. Thank you.
Okay. So there's a data-driven project by the BBC. World Service called El Helicoid in Venezuela. And it's actually the story of a shopping mall turned into a prison, which is just like so random. It's awesome. And I think that's one of the coolest immersive journalism projects I've seen in a while, where you can actually go and take a tour. So you have some background information about, Caracas and the great buildings in the city, and this massive building that used to be a shopping mall, and that for some reason was turned into. It was built in the 50s, and was turned into a prison. And so, come on. the good thing is that the project is massive. Okay, you're going to see lots of interactions and lots of graphics and 3D modeling and stuff. And so whenever you move from one place to the other, and the page needs to load, they've prepared some like data bytes and background information to read while the page loads, which I found really fun. But so let's pretend you're just outside of the prison. Here are some new detainees coming in buses. You have information popping in, and it feels a bit like a video game, right? Where you can just walk through the place, and they've done some reconstructions. So they've interviewed prisoners, guards, lots of people on the subject to get interviews, and so it's a mix of lots of different things, right? You've got videos. You can go and walk into the prison and see what it's like. What does its cell look like? I mean, you can read an article about the fact that a shopping mall was turned into a prison, and then, okay, it's funny, I'll share it on Facebook. But it's not that funny actually, because there's a big, heavy context behind this, and so this type of project it's immersive journalism, so it lets you live it as if you were there. You see, and you can enjoy some videos, some graphics, some data, various things. There you go. I'll share it on Twitter. The link.
There you go. And we can also mention that Marianne will be around during this afternoon. There is also this mythical hackathon coming up, which is also a good opportunity to just mingle, exchange ideas, and meet and greet your fellow attendees and the speakers. We are running out of time, Marianne, but we have 2 quick questions from the virtual audience.
Yay.
The first one being, regarding the Taiwan story, were the trackers placed on the trucks in secrecy?
The stopover,
They were. So
sorry.
The GPS trackers for the Taiwan story.
In the bin.
In the bin.
In the bin bags.
So they were hidden for the cars coming and picking up the trash. That's the answer on that one. And the final question for now. Regarding the GPS trackers above, are there any international regulations or guidelines for using such tracking data from these?
Are we talking about the South Korea?
I believe that's the one, because it's related to the GPS data. So are there any regulations for using GPS data in journalism? A kind of privacy rules, I guess, or something, tracking?
Well, if you're the owner of the GPS tracker, I don't think so. But if we are talking about the South Korea project, all of the data is data that is published online, that is available online. So the journalists didn't go through hacking some GPS trackers from devices or hacking the NASA to get information about satellites in space and stuff like that, right? I'm not going to show some projects that are breaching laws or rights or anything.
We'll take those on the hackathon, which is not being streamed, not to risk anything. So please stay around for later if you want to have a look at that. Cool. We have come to the first short break. We feel responsible for keeping you all hydrated and caffeinated. So now we have a few minutes to fill up our coffee mugs and the glasses of water. And we will meet back here again at 11:10 sharp. And if you are late, you will be late for the party. So see you again in a few minutes' time. Welcome back to MCB Hack. And that rhymed. I hope you are all well hydrated and caffeinated, because now you are going to need it. Because together we are going to embark on a journey up a really long staircase to heaven. The next session will feature an old friend, old colleague, Lasse from Bergens Tidende, the local regional newspaper here in Bergen. More than 15 years ago, Lasse and his colleague conjured up a new way to tell stories with videos and metadata. And today, you are going to join Lasse on this journey. So without any further ado, Give a big hand for Mr. Lasse Lambrechts.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So nice being here. The first conference in the world with not just one, but two Lambrechts. And I'm going to talk to you about the staircase to heaven, which is, of course, Stolsekleiven here in Bergen. The 7th August of this year, at the Olympic Stadium, Tokyo, Japan, this guy won an Olympic gold medal. Jakob Ingebrigtsen set a new Olympic record on the 1500 meters and claimed the gold for Norway. 4 years prior to that, in this city, in Bergen, this happened.
For å speide litt mot de aller beste her da, så Stian Aavik presterte, nå kommer vi først fra Jakob Ingebrigtsen i mål her.
So that tells us something. Everybody can win the Olympic gold. Just real men and women can beat Stolsekleiven. This is where you go up. If anybody feels like a little trip later today, you can run along to Stolsekleiven and run up all the stairs. It seems very easy in the start, but it gets brutal. And the wonderful thing about Stolsen is that we all can feel the pain. It's so short. So we all can meet our own incompetence in the staircase of doom. It's our own theater of pain here in Bergen. This legend, Jon Tvedt, he died in 2009, sadly, but he created this graphic that shows us Stolsekleiven. All the numbers you see along the line are the number of staircase and steps that you have to walk up, and then there's a little piece of flat surface, and you go further up. In 2012, we rebuilt the staircase due to its popularity. So now we have new numbers. So it's 908 stairs, approximately. There's a big debate about one of the steps, and this could get you in trouble in Bergen. It's not approximately, it's exactly 300.44 total elevation. It's 834 meters long. It's a bit shorter than we thought, but that makes it 36% ascent, and that's average. So this is where you really face yourself. And there's been a yearly competition since 1979, and that's the real importance. Because back in the Jurassic period, we had a TV channel here at Bergens Tidende called BTV. And yearly they sent this competition, they broadcasted it to the audience at home. It started, I think, in the 90s, and it was really popular because people like to see stuff like Jakob Ingebrigtsen in pain on the top of the mountain. And in 2004, we had this streaming technology coming along, and Bergens Tidende started their own web TV. An old colleague of mine, Are Sørenstuen, created a solution to show web TV on our platform. And he did, for the first time in 2005, he did a multimedia show that showcased the best of the web technology and television as it was. That meant you could search in the start list on the right side and see the video on the left side in live. And this happened one time, and it was a big success in 2005. In 2006, this guy, look at me, I started working at Bergens Tidende, and one of the things that I got, one of my jobs that I didn't know that I was supposed to get was to be responsible for a web TV. And one of those things was, of course, Stolsen. And back in those days, we had 12 gigabytes of streaming data available at the server of Telenor, and it cost $1 million a month or something like that. And that was enough for us to have 10 days of our TV shows on that server. But I had the idea that maybe we should have Stolsen just be there a little bit longer, because the year before we had to delete it. There was no reruns. It was live, and that was that. So this year, 2006, I took the decision. I'm not sure if I asked for permission, but the story is much better if I didn't, so we'll go with that. So I just deleted 3 or 4 days of TV show and put the Stolsen clip up. It was It was 8 hours long, 9 hours long. I think it was like a gigabyte, which was insane in 2006. That clip was the first time we had over 100,000 views on anything. We beat that in 2006, and that was probably the most viewed web TV clip in Norway at that time. And we knew that we have struck gold. So the next year, I teamed up with my computer, and that is Kjetil, our host. It's a bad picture, it's the only good one I have from back in the days. And Jan Kotsbach, which is a nerd from Vaage, the organizers. And I had a great idea. I talked to them and said, I have a good idea. It's called video bookmarks. What if we crowdsource so every runner could mark when they self go into the goal and are in the camera and they can share it with friends? Because we already had that technology in the back end to create clips for our web TV. So I thought, just give it to our readers so they can make their own clips and share it with friends. And they were like, yeah, I don't think people know how to do that. We need more magic. Can't you make it easier? And I was, of course, my ego got destroyed. I thought I had the best idea in the world, and these morons didn't appreciate my genius. So, but we talked a bit about it, and we developed the idea. And then it dawned on us. We know when people start. We know how long time they use up the hill. And we know the time they're in the camera. How about combining those three numbers? Aha! And then we created, the live video bookmark. You just search for a runner like Anders Haga, and here he is, in all his glory. Just press play on tape, watch him run towards a goal, and it's still quite fun today. This is from this weekend. We had this run again this weekend. He has trained very hard for this moment. Look at him. Oh. And in 2007, it blew everybody's mind that we could do this. People were about, how did you do it? How did you do it? And of course, we lied and said we used facial recognition, advanced techniques, but it was only pure math. And we had actually broken the internet. We have numbers that we've never seen before. People love to watch themselves or their friend or their neighbor, and this was the first time See Your Neighbor in Stolsen was used as a headline in Bergens Tidende, and it's been used every year since, every time we have this run. That's the same headline. It still works very good. And it changed. The broadcast wasn't that interesting anymore, because up till this time, we had really good produced shows. We had multiple cameras, we had interviews, and all that stuff. And we went back to the production company and said, no, we only need 2 cameras. One at the top, one halfway through, and you're going to film all the runners. Nothing more. You're not going to interview anybody. You're not going to switch cameras, just 2 feeds. And that's all we use. So me and Kjetil, we were here. We were preparing, this was 2007, 2008, and we were going to the future. We had great ideas, but sadly this was the tech we had to deal with. And it got worse. We had Mac users complaining they couldn't see the video because we had to use Windows Media Streaming because that was available. Flash started to gain attention, but the problem with Flash was nobody could do the jump. We couldn't find anyone available that got to do the jumping in Flash, so we couldn't use Flash. So we had to go for Silverlight with all the problem that caused. And before we knew it, Steve Jobs launched the iPhone. And then we suddenly had to care about mobile phones as well, which was terrible in the start. But as we say in Stolsen, pain is weakness, leaving the body. And this shows us the 2 cameras back in 2008 that filmed the 2 places. So we soldiered through. Each year, we made a better version of Stolsen until 2014, when I got a new colleague called Anders Eriksen. This is from our Christian alt-rock band. And then we developed the perfect app. It was the big Stolsen app. We had archives, We had the Stolzen duel where you could, see as graphic how you did it with your colleagues or friends, or where you lost time. So it was, and we had a sharing image you could post on Facebook. It was total madness. It was so big, this project, but we loved it, and it got really good attention and traction. But then something happened. We had bosses that wanted us to be logged in, and you should have a paywall for it. You had GDPR that had their own problems. You had a web player technology because we had to use something made by Schibsted, not something that worked at all. We had to think about pre-rolls, tracking, JavaScript libraries, stuff like that, ads, and life itself. And me and Anders, after a few years, well, this was us. We got bored by it. So now we kind of scaled it down because of all these issues. So we have 3 web pages. We have one web page for the search. We have the live event to the right. And we have the duel in the middle, which are 3 different articles. But still, the magic is there. We still do a job, and it still works. This weekend, it sold, I think, 100 subscriptions for Bergens Tidende. In total, over the years, probably over 1,000. So if you want to do something, give people themselves. That's what they want. So I kind of just want to go through then the life lessons from 15 years of Stolzen. And I do sincerely apologize, because at 1 a.m. tonight, I thought it was a good idea to make these images like Pinterest motivational posters. Which is a good idea at 1 a.m. Now it's a terrible idea. So I do apologize for this one. Trust your own judgment. If I had asked anyone in command about deleting 3 days of broadcast from a streaming service, they would probably kill me or said no. So I just did it. And it was a brilliant idea. It could have been the last thing I did in Bergens Tidende, because I was only, temporarily working there. It was 1 year. But it was a great success. So hooray. You have to remember to swallow your pride. And people that I work with will now probably laugh, because this is not one of my, personal traits. My ego is quite big. And but it really works, If I did create a video bookmark, because just to prove my point that it was a great idea, and I think 2 people used it, and 1 million people used the automatic solution. So there's that, and of course share and evolve your ideas. And this seems like a very easy thing to say, but it's really hard when you think you have a great idea to tell it to someone. You are afraid they should steal them. And in journalism and the media, especially back then, it was much more siloed. You shouldn't share too much, because you had a competition advantage. So talking to people and evolving the idea was quite daring, but we got a really better product from it, and that you should also do. Fast is bad, slow is good. Oh my God. But take your time. It's a long run, right? Same as in Stolzen. If you start too hard, you'll be Jakob Ingebrigtsen at the top. Every year we do Stolzen, it seems like a very easy thing to do now, because it's just math, but it's a big project. Kjetil says it's almost like a moon landing every time. And we have done that. We have broken more HMS rules than anyone else to deliver this to the people. It's not just the tech, it's the production of it, which is quite intense, because it's 2 cameras. Now it's 2 days. Each day is 9 hours of video, so it's a total of 36 hours of video. And I remember when we changed the streaming vendor back in 2009, 10, we talked to the salesperson and said, this is what we want to do. We have this idea. This is what we need you to do. We need to have a large clip and be able to jump in it. And he was like, yes, of course. He was Danish, no problem. But then the day for the race came along, and we said to them, this is the day, now we're having this race, and we need to have 36 gigabytes of streaming files uploaded to you. And they just sent us back an email and said, are you crazy? There's nothing, we can't do that. So they had to turn around, and it was, I think we didn't have anything out before Tuesday. This race is Friday and Saturday, and we had to wait until Tuesday to have data out to the people. 1 year, it rained so much in Bergen. If you haven't noticed, it can rain in Bergen. It happens from day to day, time to time. And it rained so much that we didn't have any time data for, I think, 5 or 6 days. So pace yourself and use the time. And this is one of my all-time favorite things to say to people. The best ideas are inside the box. Too many people are running around looking outside the box to find a new way to tell stories or find something unique way to do something. But the best ideas are always inside the box. You know, knowing the time when people start running, the clock time, knowing how fast they run, having the finish time, and sync that with a video is not looking around outside of it's peeking inside the box and say, this is very easy. This is what, you know, logging has always done in television industry. It was just a matter of fact of thinking that. Instead of creating my own video bookmark and getting all the people to do it, I could do it for them. And easy is always more magical than complex. Oh, that should be an own. I should add that one. Ideas are cheap, execution is everything. Many people have great ideas, as do I, often, many times a day, I think. But getting them done, that's the real hard part. And that's why you have to have brilliant people like Kjetil Moland Olsen, Anders Eriksen, Philip Bock, that I know work with, and Halvard Vaage. I said your name, Halvard. And you have to have brilliant people like that to work with, to get things done. Because, you know, how many have been to hackathons or brainstormings, and you have like 7,000 yellow notes and posted them on a wall, and you all think you're going to be world famous in a day or two, but then you have to do all the work, and that's boring. It's much more fun to talk and have good ideas than to do the hard work. And remember that weeks of coding can save you from hours of planning. There's always a good idea to start code first, then plan afterwards. But if you are in a big journalistic project, you should always write that you planned before, because that sounds greater if you're going to deliver to the data journalism competition. You always turn it around. You're never that smart before you have to describe your own work. I have delivered journalistic projects where I sound very intelligent and where I claim to have planned it out in forefront, but it's all luck. And of course, the hardest mountain to climb is the one with the view. That's Stolsekleiven, and this is the view. So get your asses, run along, and we meet on top. Thank you.
That was magic. Thank you, Lasse, for delivering a Lasse show. That's always something that's enjoyable, and it sounds like you all agree. I guess there might be quite a couple of questions from the auditorium, so if there are, we can't see you, but make sure that somebody else can. So just wave to the persons walking the stairs now, and you will be heard in a few moments. Anyone? It buzzed in my phone, so it might be a... Yes.
I have a question. Yeah, great presentation. I just am curious. Is there...
There you are.
How is the competition? I know Bergens Avisen also live in this city. Do they also... Have they seen what you have done, and are they by the side and also creating a similar solution?
Yeah. This was... Well, of course, I forgot to mention it. What we did in 2007 was not just the first time anyone did it in Bergen. It was the first time anyone did it in the world. So if you have similar solutions where you live, I do apologize. It's me and Kjetil's fault. And the Bergens Avisen also, of course, made their own, and people have made better solutions, to be quite frank, with better players. And Bergensavisen has made one of Fløyen up, where you go the stairs up to the top of Fløyen. And there has been other things. What I could say is, which I remember now why I wrote fast is bad, slow is good, is because the slower the race, the better the view. We have tried to do me and Kjetil did it with a bicycle race. Yes. It was terrible because you couldn't see people in the camera. They just were out of the camera, and trying to sync that was terrible. The same with the marathon. It's very difficult to see one person because they run in herds. So that's what makes Stolsen so perfect for this. You know, people are in agony, in pain, and that is good entertainment for us, for everyone. So yeah.
Good answer. Yeah. Yes, we have Gusse. We need a microphone before we take you on cam.
You said you should keep it simple and sort of and easy. What if you add complexity to this? What could you do? I mean, if you sort of brainstorm about what this could be made into.
Yeah, we have. I really want some crazy person come in as I did in 2007 and just be crazy with it and find something new, because it really needs to. We need a new great idea, and for the next year we'll think about something, because this was my 15th year of doing it this weekend, covering Stolsen, and next year I have to come up with something brilliant. So I hope that Halvard and Philip and Anders and Tove, my colleagues, will dream up something revolutionary that will blow your minds. And I can also tell you that I have bet with my kids that next year I'll go below 16 minutes, and I'll share the clip, because it's going to happen. Maybe I'll look like Jakob Ingebrigtsen on the top, but I'll get there.
And if it does happen, you know where you will see it first.
Yeah.
At the MCB Hack 2022. We are running out of time, unfortunately, but we have a quick question from the audience by text.
Yep.
Could we please see an example of the Stolsen duel?
Oh yeah, I don't have a computer here, but I can post it in. Maybe I can post it in the Discord.
Discord channel.
Yeah.
There will be an example of the Stolsen duel in Discord.
Yeah, I'll do that.
We could probably spend more time, Lasse. We will maybe next year when you have been running a bit. So, but for now, please say a big applause to Lasse. And we are by no means done yet. There is more good stuff coming up for you. We will now go all the way down again from the stairs to heaven and basically dive a bit in the Bergen fjord, the Byfjorden, and get hands wet with going all in on mapping. It's a great pleasure to introduce directly from Helsinki, and it's not Gusse this time, it's actually Topi Tjukanov from Helsinki. Give him a big round of applause.
Hey, it's a really abstract feeling to talk to the lights. So there could be one of you, or there could be 100,000 of you. I'll think it in a way that there's 100,000 of you, at least behind the stream. So hello, streamers too. What that that red thing on my first slide is, you will know that later on. But I will be talking about maps, about map making. And as you are journalists, I'm not. I know that journalism works in a way that I need to get 10 surprising techniques to make better maps. Isn't that how the world works? To get your attention. But my name is Topi, and as you heard, I live in Helsinki. I spent way too much time on Twitter posting maps. I spend time making maps. Luckily, I get paid for it quite often. But if you want to see some of the maps that I show here, or more of my stuff, or read my blogs, they can be found on my own website. But because this is office hours for me, I have to tell where I work. I'm an IT consultant. I work at a company called GISPO. And we actually, I work with maps, or in a larger scale, I work with geospatial things. We do software development, and our focus is on open source software and open data. Open source and open data has been already mentioned today, and so I assume that you have an idea on what I'm talking about. So we focus on that. And all of the stuff you will see here are made with open source tools and open data. My personal favorite tool is QGIS, and I think 90% of the maps I will show have been done with QGIS. But yeah, that's the place where I work, and that's the place where I make my maps. But on to the countdown, 10 techniques. And as a disclaimer, I already now have to say that I will be contradicting myself with these techniques, but I hope you will get ideas, inspiration, some takeaways when you have mapping projects or you work with spatial data. First off, because we're talking about maps, and I'm a geographer, I have to start with projections. I'm sorry for that. But it might come as a shock to you, but the world isn't flat. The world is actually roundish. It's not a ball, but it's roundish. But you probably have seen maps of Norway that look approximately like this. If you open a shapefile with boundaries of Norway, put it in QGIS, you get a map that looks like this. First of all, it doesn't look too nice, and secondly, things get distorted because we are here up north. I feel your pain. Finland gets distorted in many projections that both static maps and web maps often use. But there's no technical hurdles in changing your projection to the right ones. And with just take a look at your projections. Please don't use, especially in the northern areas, use the right ones, because that takes out the distortion and makes it easier for the reader also to understand distances and directions. Yeah, but that was the geography rant. Many people say that you need a north arrow, you need a legend. I don't do much of those. Sorry for my cartography teacher, but yeah, that was the geography rant. I recommend you in using unconventional tools. So use tools that for purposes that they weren't maybe meant to be used for. I've been using lately quite a bit of a tool called AreaLOD. It's a pixel rendering tool, a really simple small set of tools that works on Windows. You just throw in an image file, or preferably an elevation file, like I have here, a map of Bergen, and then it renders it to you. You can adjust the lights and everything. But it's a tool that wasn't and isn't meant for geospatial data, but you can make really nice renders with AreaLOD. Then number 3, let the geography speak for itself. As I mentioned, I'm a geographer, so I like those things. This map here, which you saw on my first slide, if you tilt your head to the right, you might get a better idea on what it is. It's a map of Norway, and it's actually shipping activity on the coast of Norway. And I do quite a bit of these maps where I throw in a lot of data, and then you start seeing, let's say, the coastline, the streets, or something else through the data. Of course, this doesn't work always, but still, I think it's a nice effect that you can do when you are working with a lot of data. Of course, this is just one layer here. if this would be a larger project, it would be nice to have labels or something else there too. But just to give you an idea, another idea is that maps don't always have to be north-facing. Especially if you're doing slides and maps of Norway, it's much easier to tilt them. Then, contradicting myself already now, no matter how cool your data is, no matter how much you have data, don't show your analytical process. Show the interesting results that come out of the process, that the insights you can draw from the data. For example, in this project I did, this is an extremely Finnish and maybe like a Nordic question in general. How far can I get from everything else? And the analysis was based on building data and residential building data. I've done this before with all of the building data, but then there are all kinds of cabins and whatnot all around Finland. But I want to get away from people. And I want to know in each Finnish region, how far do I have to go to find that place? So there is one single point that is furthest away from all other buildings. And I wanted to know it by region. And as you can already now imagine, there's quite a bit of data. There are 5 million building polygons that I filter out. Then I had to do this raster weighting analysis, and then extract the points from there. And then I end up with one single point in each region. So there you can see the name of the region and the point, location of the most isolated point, and how far are you from the closest inhabited place. So as you can imagine, there was a lot of like interesting and cool data that I could throw in there, but I held back and thought that this is actually the one that people are most interested in. So there's like this is like a good tip where to travel in Finland. Next one, focus on color. Might not be a surprise to you, but in general, with my maps, I often try to steal color palettes from others. If someone has made like a beautiful color palette for other purposes, it could be made for a website, it could be made for a chart, or it could be made for another map. I often take those and take the exact color values from there and use those in my maps. This is an analytical process with place names. It's a fun piece of data called GeoNames that has 11 million place names globally, and I've done a few things with it. So here's an analysis from the States. So I divided the whole country into hexagons, and because there are a lot of place names, because it holds state names, river names, cities, villages, and what have you. So there's a lot of data. So I analyzed all of those data points, and then I colored the hexagon based on the word that was the most common from my list of words. So in the green area, it's most likely from this list that the place name contains the word spring. In the pink, yeah, it looks pink also there. In the pink areas, it's most likely that the place name contains the word creek. In the blue areas, lake, and so forth. So once again, this tickles my geographer's area in my brain, because I really like how this works like inversely. So if you know anything about the geography of the US, you know that the green area is really dry. But then there the most common word is spring, probably because it's interesting for someone. It is significant in that area. And then somewhere where all the pensioners are here, the most common word is beach, and so forth. So I've done this for a few different countries with Finnish place names. You can do a lot of fun things, and then I did the same thing. I don't have that map on my slides, but I did the same thing with just the words old and new in the States. So it was really interesting to see how in one map you could see history, how people came or Europeans came from the east and then started naming places. So there's New York, New Hampshire, and everything else in the east, and then in the west you have everything old, or it was more common to have something called old. Here's a map, another one with place names. The topic was focus on color. There's not much color here, but we don't care. This is about how the Danes invaded the world. So as it says there, I've collected the data points from place names which end, or maybe this is how Norwegians invaded the world. I don't know. You tell me afterwards. But I've taken places that have the word haven, hus, by, or mori. And then it's funny how when you look at the by, someone told me on Twitter that the piece in England is the one where the Vikings went. Not sure if this is true, but you can see quite interesting spatial patterns if you just look at like the endings of the words. So the analytical process was that I had the data in a PostGIS database, and with a simple SQL query, I had like the list, and then I took the points into QGIS and visualized them there and made an animation. As you've already maybe noticed by now, most of my maps are static. You've heard up until now in other presentations, you've heard a lot of like cool interactive stuff, but my focus is mainly on the data side, and quite often my outputs are static. That was focus on color. Next one, don't focus on color. It's not always necessary, and this map could also go to the category of let the data or let geography speak for itself. When you have interesting data and when you can use black and white is one of my recommendations. So this map shows global shipping density. And this is just an extract from around Europe. And once again, this map has nothing else than that one single data layer. And at the same time, you can see so many things just from that. You can see the geography, you can see economic geography, you can see shipping routes, you can see global powers, how they work. So you can see quite many interesting things just from this one single piece of data. And you don't even need color. Just one piece of data, one shade of white. Next one. As you already saw in quite many of those maps I showed you, I quite often like to spend time finding data, spend time searching for interesting data sets, and then when you find an interesting data set, you don't need much else. You can just work on that. Here's one project we did, or I was working on just recently. Some of you might look at it and think, no, this is visualization overload. Well, it might be, but ignore that. Hear me out. So This was I would call this a typical spatial analysis project that we did. So, not to go into details about what our client wanted, they wanted to find the most interesting location inside a city. This here is Helsinki. So, and they wanted to find urban activity and accessibility and population data and all sorts of data sets. So we combined OpenStreetMap data. We extracted a lot of different data points from OpenStreetMap. It's somewhere there, the purple stuff there. We used global population grid. It's the hexagons you might see. We collected global internet speeds that are shared in a grid. We used Flickr, the open API from Flickr, where people share their photos. We used that metadata, so we could see where people are taking photos. So the yellow ones are the photo locations. Then we used, from OpenStreetMap we took restaurants, bars, shops, and everything else. So, and then we used also accessibility data, which many cities share openly. So, when I was working on this, I was just adding layers and layers and layers in QGIS, and then it ended up looking something like this. Well, we also did an interactive application on top and a lot of other things. But I was looking at this in QGIS, and then I thought that maybe this is actually the best output from this, because if some place is attractive, like an urban area, is it attractive or what's going on there? It's not a simplistic question, and if we would simplify the visual output too much, what would that mean? Cities are really complex, so that's why we had very different sort of data sets that we took in and combined into this visualization. But it was a super interesting project. Next one, animate everything you can. To a very different mood, this is a grimmer piece of data that I came across 1 or 2 years ago, I think. So an NGO had been mapping migrant deaths around the Mediterranean, and they shared the whole data set openly, and there was a location, how many people died in that incident, and a timestamp, an approximate timestamp on when it happened. So this is a dataset that could be visualized in many ways, but for me the obvious approach was to make a simple animation out of it. So you can see there the time running on top right. And you can see the events, the deaths happening around the Mediterranean, and then the size of the circle is dependent on the number of casualties, and then you can see how the points keep on accumulating on the map in different points. So, in my opinion, this is a really efficient and a striking way to show rather a simple piece of data. Complex stories behind and a really grim topic, but a simplistic visualization that well, I personally, like I mentioned, I'm not a journalist. I've done projects with journalists and some of my work have featured in newspapers and elsewhere. But I often evaluate the success of the visualization based on retweets. So this was a topic and a visualization that people commented on a lot and raised a lot of comments. Then on to my last point, which is combined number 9 and number 10. I can't emphasize this too much. So I recommend you to ask for help and give help. And this applies. This is not only map specific, but this is a wider thing. When you're exploring new technologies, I think a lot of people here get the idea from the conference. You hear a lot of new technologies and you would like to try it out. You go to the office and try it out, and then you get stuck. As I work and I'm an active member in the open source community, it has been a huge surprise to me to see how it works in practice. If you don't know something, your first reaction, or at least my first reaction, often was that, well, if I ask this online on a forum, someone will laugh at me, or someone will make fun of me, or the first comment will be that, you don't know that? Why are you even asking that? But I've noticed that it's quite the contrary. For example, when I posted my first piece of Python code online, the reactions were really positive, and I was sure that I've done everything wrong, but it has surprised me a lot. And that was these 2 points were the 2 drivers when I started 2 years ago the 30-day map challenge. So it's a social mapping project that happens online, and the idea is, if someone has heard of Inktober, this is like the mapping equivalent of Inktober. So you have 30 days in November, and on each day you have a topic which you can interpret in a way that you want. It's a vague topic. It could be like a color, red, or it could be a geometry, like polygons. And then you make a map out of it, post it online using the hashtag, and that's it. No need to sign up anywhere or do anything else. When I started it in 2019, I thought that I would be making 30 maps for 1 month and spamming them on Twitter, and maybe one person would join. Well, it ended up quite differently. A lot of people joined, and last year I think there were 7,000 maps that were produced. People are doing a lot of the challenge on Twitter. Some people are doing it on Instagram. Some people started local Facebook groups where they did the challenge. And it has been a real pleasure to see how this community has evolved. And it really emphasizes the aspect of just sharing your results. If you imagine that you do 30 maps during 1 month, it's quite a bit of work. So a lot of them are sketches, and you try out something and then you post it. I've written a short code of conduct for the challenge on the repo, on the GitHub repo, and the main point there is that don't be an asshole, and people follow that quite strictly. And if you don't do maps yourself, you're totally fine to just follow on the sidelines. So in November, I highly recommend on checking the hashtag on your own social media, and it's a nice way to share ideas, share knowledge, and just enjoy mapping. So the topics for this year, I will post them online on Friday, I guess. Yeah. Because then there's 1 month when people can panic and prepare for the actual mapping challenge. But honestly saying, it's supposed to be a nice positive thing. And I hope I get a lot of, I see a lot of maps coming from Norway this year. But yeah, those were my 10 tips. And thanks a lot for your interest, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for an amazing presentation. This, to me, looked like artwork, so really visually beautifully, in addition to being informative. And we have some audience lighting on. That's good, because then we can see persons asking questions now. I know, Topi, you have some fans in the audience, so I'm expecting some questions from particularly one guy.
Which sounds really odd.
Yeah, but it's true. I think we can confirm that. So raise your hand if you want to ask a question for Topi. Yes, we have one. Hand up.
You mentioned the 30-day map challenge. I was wondering if you could, I don't know if the technology, oh, I see that you don't have a computer. Well, maybe I was hoping we could see some of your favorites, but I guess we'll have to do that on our spare time.
I just did a presentation a few weeks ago in an online conference to the UK about the map challenge only. And then they said that, can you show some of your favorites? And I said beforehand that I don't want to choose any favorites, because I want to leave out the competition aspect of it all. There's a lot of there's one GitHub repo that just collects the metadata of the challenge. So they do like Twitter analytics based on the challenge. And there you can see pretty nicely the most liked tweets of every day. And there you can see some really nice content. So I recommend checking out that. And one thing I've said about the map challenge before is that you can approach it in so many different ways. So you can be a total amateur. And some people posted last year that this the first map I opened up QGIS for the first time and did this. And then at the same time there are cartographic professionals with tens of years of experience participating. So I think people are approaching it so many different angles. So I think, as corny as it sounds, I think every input is as valuable.
More questions?
Yes, hi. What are the main traits of a really, really good map presentation?
I don't know. A lot of images, a lot of maps. I think map presentation isn't any different from other sorts of presentations in general, I think.
Any comments on that from the auditorium? No, I just wanted to see how long we can keep all silent, and that was a few seconds at least. No questions so far on Discord, so if you have any, you are lucky, because Topi will be around for lunch, which is the next point on the program. So unless we have any last-minute hands waving in 3, 2, 1 final seconds, we will say a big thank you to, from Helsinki, Mr. Topi Tjukanov.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to take this opportunity to, while we have you all gathered in one room, say thank you to our brave organizing committee, the program committee, who has actually compiled these speakers who are now on stage today. So a big thank you goes to Geir Molnes, Henrik Bø, Tove Knudsen, Anniken Gjertholm, Jonas Blikk Bakken og Thomas Nikolai Blekeli, og ikke minst Carl Gustav Gusse Lindén. A big thank you to all of you for creating this, and we appreciate you putting together a great program of first-class speakers. Do you agree? Yeah. That's good. I guess you might not be starving for knowledge, but your stomachs might tell you otherwise, that you are getting hungry. It's lunch time, and we will have lunch for you next. It's going to be served in Hestehagen. That's the horse haven upstairs. So if you are hungry, you will be able to deal with that next. Remember, we will be back here soon because we have more important stuff coming up for you after the lunch break. No MCB Hack conference in 2021 without in-depth COVID presentations, and we will learn from one of the best how they have been handling COVID visualizations over the past 18 months. It doesn't stop there. We will also learn how to serve young audiences, both with journalism for and about this target group. So we will go down south in Norway for that one. And we will even get really deep down nerdy for the final session with a specialist session on safe or secure web scraping without getting caught. And no, using the Tor browser is not enough. Yes, we will round it all off with a panel debate. So that's all for now. Go and have some great lunch and see you back here at 1 sharp. Welcome back to the MCB Hack. I hope you had a great lunch and are all full and rested, because we have more exciting stuff coming up for you. Before we invite the next speakers into the stage, I just wanted to make sure that all of you are aware of what's going to happen right after the conference at 3 o'clock. We will walk out from the auditorium when we are done here at 3 and join the session on universal design upstairs, where we will meet people who have been here today. Philip Bock from Bergens Tidende, Ted Gies and Øystein Moseng from Highsoft, and the NRK, who will talk about the importance of doing universal design and doing it right. And right after that, there is the Muff Spun Hackathon taking place in the Media Lab. And if you have not already signed up, it's not too late, and it's not required to hack. You could also just enjoy the company of your fellow attendees and speakers and discuss and exchange some knowledge. So you are all invited, and I hope to see all of you upstairs. But now we will start a short marathon, not the staircase one, Lasse, but a great presentation marathon with exciting speakers coming up. And the first one of them is from Norway. Fædrelandsvennen, one of the regional newspapers in Norway, based in Kristiansand, worked hard to reach so-called underserved audiences in the high school ages. So they have been working both with and for these audiences to create journalism that appeals to the youngsters. Ladies and gentlemen, please once again give a warm hand of applause, and this time for Ommundsen and Frode Nordbø.
Thank you for those kind words, Kjetil. So my name is Mats, and this is Frode. We were given the task. 2 journalists moved in with a school, with a class, 9C, that's 14 to 15-year-olds, and was staying there for a week. And then we were given the task to make the articles exciting for this audience. So what we did was we made an article with large pictures, movies, all things that would capture their attention. So the first thing we did was we had to start with what we know about the target group. That's mobile first, mobile only. As you can see here, this is a screen recording of one of these students' phone, and you can see that student used like 13 hours on social medias over a week. You can see they spend a lot of time on social media. And we also had a survey in the class, and they told us that they preferred Instagram and Snapchat as their main channels. So therefore, this became the starting point for what we were trying to do. At the same time, we were very conscious about not making the presentation too fancy, too big. We were really working with keeping the target audience in focus, mobile first, and keeping it simple. So I guess this is your turn, Frode.
Oh, okay. So just a quick go through the process. As Mats said, we didn't want to reinvent the wheel. We listened to the young kids, and they just used the social media with swiping, clicking. So we thought, yes, that's what we're going to do. So we made a grid out of cards. So the verticals are the same as the chapters. So we started there, and then we looked at some existing solutions and some libraries, and hoped that there were some plug-and-play JavaScript solution, but we weren't really happy with anything we found, like this one, too jagged and difficult to navigate. So we needed to go do this, start from scratch, and then we had some challenges when we were testing the navigation. A lot of people thought it would be intuitive that if you swipe to the right or the side, you would get the adjacent content. But when our chapter started at the top, that would be stupid to get in the middle of the storytelling. So we had to jump to the top. That was quite confusing for some testers I found, but we had to do that anyway. I guess this kind of navigation would function well if this was a game of some sorts. And then the most important thing about the technical solution was that the content, all in all here, is 400 megabytes. So lazy loading is, of course, we have to lazy load. We have to load the next screen and the previous screen in case of the navigation. And then, of course, the first screen on the next chapter and the previous chapter. And then all of these other dark squares, they actually get display none. That's just a term. There is no content there. So the only content you see when you swipe is these colored squares, because the performance was an issue there. Okay, so and the other challenge was to get all this navigation put together. So on the main level, you have the swipe, 4-directional swipe, and then you have the 4-directional click on top of that, if you prefer that kind of navigation. Then you have some the possibility to click these dots and those dashes, vertical and horizontal. And then we had to detect links so that you have another layer of events captured at the top. And then the product, yes, of course, show the article. So it's like Matt said, mobile only. It will work on the desktop, but we didn't care so much about that. So this is the grid we're talking about. So short texts, a lot of images, a lot of video, and going to the side, you get a new chapter like this, and it's immediately responding, which was important to us. So the feel, we wanted to have a kind of a native feel instead of a website feel to it. So we embedded some custom screens like this, and then some, let's see, some quizzes here and there. Yeah, and this is a design. I thought that the young kids wanted colorful stuff, so I had a random color palette on each text card, so it's different each time. And then let's see if I find the quiz here. No, I can't find it. And this is some content related. And at the end of each chapter, we had a Instagram psychologist summing up the theme. Yeah, and thank you. Okay, so that's the article, and a little map. So if you want to go back to this chapter and this one, yeah, there you are. Okay, Mats.
Yeah, sorry, I started out in a little bit quick tempo, a little bit nervous standing before you here. So I'm hoping you help us out with some good questions if there's something in the first part you missed. But yeah, after we had created this format for the article, we are not 14 years old, me or Frode, so we had to take it back to the class that we visited and had them test them, because the initial responses from our editors was that it's too difficult to navigate between them. We don't understand it. Our response was, but it's not for you, it's for 14-year-olds. But we had to check that out with the audience. So we had a focus group, and they all understood how it was intuitive for them, easy. They catched it right away. But here you can see this is the story that Frode was showing you. Every card, we had tracking on every card, so we could see how they were reading, how the reading behavior was, and we could see that for most parts that was like how we wanted it to be. They were swiping between it and reading from the top to the bottom. So the finished article was read by well over 100,000 just a short time after it was published. And also we were speaking about writing for this youth. What we could see by the numbers is that this form of article was more popular in the lower ages than our normal stuff, substantial more popular. So it's not easy to say, because we have like, it was presentation was published on our website, and the audience there is largely above 40 or above. So of course there will be a lot of them using this article, but we can see that the average was a little bit lower, was lower than we were used to. So all in all, with those numbers in mind and the response we got from the class itself and everything, we were really happy with the result, and I think we accomplished what we were trying to do. So that was the whole presentation we had planned for today. So I'm hoping there is some questions maybe.
Yeah, wow, that's a great presentation, and a very visual one. And you even practice what you preach, so even the presentation contains the same design elements that your actual journalistic piece did.
Yeah, if I could say something about that. That was really important for our work. The presentation is completely custom, but the journalists were able to write it in their everyday CMS. So Frode maybe could tell you a little bit more about how.
Yeah, that's important in every custom special production, that the journalists don't have to run off to Word or any other CMS, that we can use the same data flow as we use in the everyday work. Yes, that's important. Yeah. So the presentation was done in the same way as the article. We just made a new article in the CMS and it came up like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking good. And underserved audiences is kind of a buzzword these days. That everybody wants to reach the underserved audiences, for instance, youngsters. And did you get any feedback from your viewers, readers, on how they enjoyed it? You did focus groups, but did they appreciate you doing it this way?
Yeah, they really appreciate it. But I guess also the work we've done before this, the journalists, how they lived with this class for a week, how they attended the gymnastics, how they took the math test. There was a part of the group, helped a lot on the chemistry between us, but therefore we could really go in depth and ask them about what do we really mean. And we got some good feedback, some you should change tweaks, a little bit tweaks. But the feedback from them was really good, of course, before publishing, but also after we published. And we spent a lot of time doing this. But I have to admit, the most joy they felt were when they got this story in the newspaper, and they could see themselves in the newspaper. Yeah, maybe that was the biggest cheer from them. So, but this is the feedback we got. This is how they like to read. If you see them on the bus, swiping, scrolling, look at how fast everything going, how short time they use on every picture, post, text. It's all happening so fast. So we knew we had to make it big and easy to read, and just something that they can do really fast.
Do you view this project as a project, or is it long-lived? Will you continue to creating similar experiences, or is this an experiment that you have learned from and will iterate on going forward?
We absolutely learned from it, and we also in a process of making this article available to every journalist in our newspaper, so they can use it when they have visual stories that they would like to tell, because we're really happy with how fast it loads, how easy it is to navigate and stuff like that. But I think it was a big project, and we did the mistake that I think very many people do, that when you're finished, you're just like, oh, we're published. And we forgot a little bit about how we worked with the class on opening channels with them on Snapchat, having groups, the social media aspects where we're publishing while we were at the school. And so we did some mistakes, but we learned from them. We are trying to do better, but there's always something to work at try to achieve.
From a technical perspective, we do have a bunch of nerds in the audience, and rumor has it that you, Frode, you didn't kind of like the finished JavaScript libraries that were available to do navigation. So rumor said that you customized this and built your own.
Yes. Yeah, usually do that. Yeah. That's usually quicker. Yes, I had to do that. But yes, so then now I made it into a generic library first, XY slides or something, I called it. And then now, as Mats mentioned, we're going to make it available for all journalists as a custom template in the CMS or something.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's good. And like the bad example I briefly previewed, we're going to have it available as an intro to an ordinary article, I guess.
Nice. And in terms of maintaining the experience, because that's we know Lasse talked about this earlier, that stuff might break. You might implement some quite sophisticated technology like Flash and so on. But
now this is just vanilla JavaScript, like it's called. It's baseline. It's touch events. I don't think it will age very fast. But speaking of which, the day before this presentation, I was sat down to look at this, and then this article didn't work any longer on the iOS 15. So I thought, oh, I'm going to have to rewrite everything before tomorrow. But then Luckily, it was just a setting, like a development setting, GL something. I had to deactivate on the phone, and then everything worked again. So, but of course, things will happen, and I will have to revisit it at some time to keep it working. Yes, that's the downside of making it yourself. No one else will fix it for you.
Yeah. One thing I'm a little bit curious about, because I know that you, Frode, you are both a really skilled designer and a skilled developer. And you, Mats, you have a long journalistic background and also have been working with a journalistic team. How is the process between the two of you? How do you collaborate when creating projects like this?
No, I'm thinking he does all the magic, so I just have to give him space and ensure that he has space to do what he can do, and do all the other things, just organizing, finding times, booking, that stuff. But also, of course, I have a journalist background, so I have an idea about how we should present the stories, and I often pitch with Frode, and we talk about the best ways. I have some examples keeping me updated on what's happening on the other newspapers, other places. And then we sit down with the journalists at an early stage. Often not too as soon as possible. It's important for us to get to talk to the journalists, so they know how to take, what kind of pictures we want them to take, what kind of videos, that we need videos, what we are looking to do, and get to an agreement of what we are trying to achieve. Because we can't build this kind of story if every picture they have taken is wide. It has to be for the mobile phone, and the same with the movies and stuff like that.
So it's easier, always easier if you make a box, like Lasse talked about. Think outside the box, but put things inside afterwards. And then you have a dogma, kind of, and then things will work out if you have strict rules, I think. Always like that.
But in this instance, for this, then we had a meeting with the journalists, and they were telling us that they would like to publish on the news on the page as the day went by when they were in school, and they wanted to have just a traditional way of doing this. And I had on some point asked them, but who is the audience? And they said they would like the audience to be the 14-year-olds. And I said, yeah, but then we had to stop, because you can't expect them to go and read normal stories on our front page next week, because first of all, they're not there, they're not visiting. We have to have a plan how to make these articles known to them, because they're not going to drop on by searching fn.no. Second, it's not going to be something me and Frode can do much with. We have too short time and this. So I advised them to start up just using Instagram, Snapchat to show that they were there, and using that kind of dialogue and platform for publishing the week that we're at the school. And then you give me and Frode time to make a real, you can call it documentary, but a real solid presentation. And luckily, everybody was in agreement after that, but yeah.
That's good to hear and very understandable. Questions? I guess we could have gone on, but we need to open for questions from the auditorium. Are there any questions? And yes, there are several. So we need microphones up the aisles now. We have at least I see 2 or 3 persons in the back there. So we'll begin there.
Hi. Thanks. This was really interesting. I'm a bit curious, maybe this is too technical, but did you test the reader's time in the different target groups? Because I just noticed that you had like the 50-year-old ones. Maybe they're not that into scrolling and swiping, while the younger ones maybe are. Yeah.
Yeah, we would really like to have tested that, but we didn't have the data. So we could do that, separated it by age. We just could, yeah.
And also we were quite sure that this age group didn't have a subscription, so it would be registered to the parents or whatever when they were scrolling on their parents' devices, So it was quite difficult to do that accurately.
Next one.
What's chapter 8? On that last graphic you showed, chapter 8 really stood out, and to a lesser extent chapter 3. So I was curious what those were.
Excuse me, I didn't quite get the question.
I was wondering what chapters 8 and chapters 3 were about, because they really stood out in the...
Oh, they just stood out?
Yeah, in the
I don't remember.
pages.
I
can see, I can look.
Yeah, I think without being quite sure, I think it's about sending nudes, one of those...
Let me see. Chapter 3 was about algebra, difficulties learning maths. Chapter 8, yes, it's about linguistics, nudes, and words that young ones use.
Yeah, because before we had a survey where we asked them questions that people are wondering about 14-year-olds, like do they send and receive nudes and stuff like that, and the number was alarmingly high.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we need to go on because there are more questions and the time is running. So next question, please. Which might be on Discord. And Silja asks, how did the whole project start? What was the original idea and challenge?
The original idea was Adresseavisen had this story several years ago, a great series of articles where they moved into a classroom. We thought that was such a good idea that we should do it as well. So it started there, and then it was. I think we spent several months in preparations, just like getting the right school, the right students. We asked the students who would like to be in front of camera, who would like to be in the background, and everything. So it took some preparation and some time, but the source of inspiration was Adresseavisen's great series about this. But we did it. Then we got it several years ago. So we thought we make it a little bit more exciting on the digital presentation.
Nice, some kudos to Adressa, there you go. And we know we have at least one guy from Adressa in the audience, so right back at ya. Final question before we get kicked off here. Was the experience designed to feel more or less like Snapchat's news stories, or is this similarity coincidental?
Not coincidental. I'm not very... what do we call it, traveled. I don't use social media, but I know how it works. So I'm not quite sure if it's that similar, but it's like not inventing the wheel. How many ways can you navigate up and down and left and right? Keys, swipes, clicks. I don't know. It's natural.
It's the natural. So it's definitely based, but still it's based by somebody who don't actually use it, if that's the summary.
Yeah. But of course, yes, inspired by that experience.
Yeah, that's started with when I was having a little blackout because being so nervous. Was like we asked them what do they prefer. Snapchat was their main go-to social media platform, so we knew we had to be in that space when we made a presentation.
Yeah. Nice. This is all we have time for now from these guys, but the good news is they will hang around, and there might even be more days in the area if you would like to have a coffee or something else with this team. So give a big hand of applause to Frode Nordbø and Mats Ommundsen.
Takk.
No MCB Hack 2021 without COVID coverage. That's obvious, and there are a lot of good examples to pick from. But we have, with the help of our committee, researched our way into one of the best ones worldwide, and are pleased to welcome from UK and the Financial Times, John Burn-Murdoch to the stage.
Awesome, thanks. Hi, folks. Pretty cool to be here. I should start by saying thanks to Ketil and everyone at MCB for having me. It's my first time in Norway, and Bergen seems beautiful. So Yeah, thanks for coming along. Yeah, so it's been quite an 18 months. It won't come as a surprise to anyone that in, say, January, February 2020, the FT didn't have any COVID-19 reporters. And so this was never something that was part of any big plan or anything, but in those early months of 2020, it just became really, really apparent to us in the FT's data team that COVID was, as well as a hugely significant public health story, it was a data story. And I remember, I think it was maybe the first week of March of last year, where it was just becoming more and more clear that every night our team was in the office later and later, and there were people wanting charts of the actual COVID numbers, but also how COVID was affecting the economy and how it was affecting this sector and that sector and the other sector. And I think the great thing in the 18 months since then is that our whole team at the FT really rose to that challenge and decided this is a relatively rare chance as a data journalist, as a team of data journalists, to really be at the absolute forefront of what the news organisation is doing. So I'm just going to talk about some of the lessons that our team has then learned from this over those 18 months, and hopefully how they can apply to other areas going forward. I was saying to someone earlier today, actually, it feels like people talk about long COVID. It's after you get infected, it still lingers. And I feel I'm in the stage now of being long COVID reporter, where it doesn't feel as critical and urgent as it was, say, 6 months ago, but it's still there. So hopefully I will clear my infection, as it were, and move on to other things. But I just want to talk to you about one of the main principles that we use in our team at the FT when we're doing any data journalism and data visualization work in particular. So obviously, charts, interactive pieces, graphics have been used in journalism for years and years and years, well over 100 years actually, if you look in particular places. But I still think we're all figuring out what's the best way to use graphics and visualizations to communicate with people. And the key word for me there is communicate, because the act of putting together a graphic, a chart, is, it's artistic and it's analytical and it's all of these things which are to do with sort of you thinking about how to portray something. But when it comes to whether or not that works, I think it's all about thinking about charts and graphics and maps as communication. It's just another way of speaking to your audience. Instead of using words, you're using graphics. And so I think it's critical that we keep that in mind when we're doing this work. You've got to imagine, it's almost like me in front of you today. When I'm making a chart, I'm thinking, if there's a room of people in front of me, what can I do with this chart to make it reach as many people as possible and make them really feel like they understand it? Instead of just thinking, oh, that looks cool, I want them to actually take away information from it. So one piece of research that we come back to over and over again at the Financial Times is this study that was done by a group of US researchers a few years ago, where they wanted to answer exactly that question. What is it about different graphics, maps, charts, illustrations, which tends to make them memorable and effective so that people will, first of all, have their attention drawn to them? But then if you ask them at a later date, do you remember this chart and what do you remember about it? The researchers wanted to find out what it was that made some graphics more effective than others in that sense. And so I'm going to show you in a second an animated slide, which is going to show part of the research that this team did, where they used eye tracking technology to see where do people look when you put a chart or a map or a graphic in front of them. And so there's going to be a blue dot on here, which is where people's eyes were fixed when they look at a chart. And I'll let this play a couple of times just so you can see what's going on. So a sort of stylized bar chart is put in front of some people, and their eye goes, after it goes to the center, it goes up to the title of that graphic, then it comes down to see what's on the axis, and then they read the chart content itself. The point there, sorry, I'll stay on that one for a second. The point is, there's a lot of focus from the eye on text before they get to the actual contents of the chart. And when you think about it, that makes perfect sense, because sure, for nerds like me, I probably see dozens of charts every day, and I will go sort of straight to the action, as it were. But for normal people, to put it one way, or what I like to call non-chart people, which is probably about 90-odd% of your readers, they go to the text because that's what they know. They don't have to work out like bars and triangles and angles and dots. They go to the text because they know what text is. They read that, and then that's their way into the chart. And so that's something we take very seriously at the FT is how we use text in graphics. And so to give you an example, I'll go to our coronavirus trajectory tracker charts, which was the first thing that we started producing in early March last year. And this was the sort of rough draft of this chart, which I made for one of our news reporters. She just sent me an email one day saying, there's all this focus on Italy, where the situation looks very bad, but do we know how other countries like the UK and the US compare to Italy? How many cases do they have compared to Italy, and are they on the same path, as it were? And so I put together this very rough chart. And the information contained in this chart and the shape of the chart, as it were, is the same as the final one that we published. But the thing that's really missing here is the text telling the reader what this is. I think a lot of us who've seen these charts over the last 18 months will look at this now and think, oh yeah, I know what that is. That's cases over time per country. But back in early March 2020, looking at this chart that you see right now, it's very sterile, it's very scientific, and for most people, they just scroll straight past this in their social feed or in the story and think, that looks very dry. So the first thing we do, of course, is we give it that FT look. We put it on that pink background, and we neaten up the colors and that kind of thing. But still at this stage, this is quite an analytical chart. This is a chart that someone who is deliberately looking to analyze COVID numbers might be able to come to and get into and get interested in, but it still doesn't shout anything out to the average person, the non-chart person who is just interested in COVID, but they don't consider themselves a chart person. And so the key thing we do there is we add the title so that there's immediately a message there telling you, first of all, just what's going on in the world, but telling you then what this chart is going to show. I think of it as like the entry point into a chart. So again, if you're a nerd like me, you'll look at a chart. It doesn't matter what the title is. You think, oh, I want to see what information is contained here. But if you're a non-chart person, like again, 90% of people, you need that text to tell you why you should care. And once you've read that title, you're seeing, okay, this is about how Western countries are heading in the same way as Italy, whereas some Asian countries are not. Then that gives you a way to actually understand the chart. And maybe you come into this chart without knowing how to read it, but you leave it, thanks to the title, working out what's going on. And you can see we take a similar approach in a lot of the work we've done. So this was a chart that we were using earlier this year to show how vaccines were working by showing the difference in case hospitalization and ICU rates between older groups who had been vaccinated and younger groups who hadn't. But the fact that I just had to say that like quite wordy 15-second explanation, you can tell it's quite a complex subject. And so if this chart, again, didn't have those words on it, didn't have that title, and was just stripped back to some basic lines, I think, again, it would have sort of gone over the heads of a lot of people, been seen as quite technical. Whereas by adding that title that clearly says what this chart is showing, and by even doing things like highlighting that green area between rates among the old and the young and labeling it vaccine effects, it stops this being seen as a sort of sterile bit of scientific visualization, and it becomes seen as a bit of communication that people can understand. Another one here where we've got a scatter plot, which straight away is, even within the charting world, is on the relatively non-standard or sort of unusual end of the spectrum, but by using words, by colouring that lower right quadrant, putting some words in and saying this is where countries want to be, we stop it just being seen as a chart and we make it being seen as a bit of communication. So the lesson there for us very much was that using text and annotation is a really good way to make sure that your charts won't just be understood by people like you, the chart creator, but can really cut through to a much larger audience. And in those early months of 2020, I mean, I was getting contacted by old school friends who I'd not spoken to for years, who were saying like, "Oh, my mum just sent me one of your charts on WhatsApp." And you know, like the previous presenters were talking about with how you create something that is sort of comes native to kids. I think similarly, how to create charts that work well for people who are not regular chart consumers, as it were, I think is something that's still relatively understudied. Another thing that you might have noticed with this chart, if you were paying especially close attention, is on that that vertical axis on this chart, those numbers, they don't go up like 100, 200, 300, 400. They go up in these uneven leaps. And there's a good mathematical basis for that. It's because when you've got numbers rising exponentially, like the virus was at this time, you want to show things on an exponential scale. But again, that is quite an advanced concept. And a lot of our readers, and even non-FT readers who were just encountering this in the wild, as it were getting a bit confused by that. So here's a snapshot of some interactions that people had. They were saying, like, what's going on with this chart? Like, what are you doing there? What these numbers look weird. And that is right or wrong. That is it's a negative reaction. And as the person producing those graphics, you don't want people to have a negative reaction. But that we thought about this and we thought, okay, well, we feel that our decision to use that axis, what we call a logarithmic axis, was justified sort of mathematically. So if we still want to use it, but we want to minimize the chance that people have those negative reactions, what do we do? And so what we did was a series of explainers of why we're using this. So both in sort of Twitter thread form and then in the form of an actual video that we did on the FT, we talked through why we made those decisions with the chart and how to read the chart in that sense. And the really great thing we saw from this was not just that people watched this video and read those explanatory tweets, but our readers and people on Twitter then actually took these explanations and started distributing themselves. So you can see these are people replying to those previous people and saying, don't worry, it's a log scale, there's a video, and so, by taking the role of explanation and communication ourselves, we passed that on to other people, we've informed people how to read this chart, and they now feel confident to go and explain that to other people. And then the small detail that I always like to point out is you'll see on the left-hand side, one of the people questioning the axis we'd used is from an account that has since been suspended, and another one is from an account that no longer exists. So I like to say that the people who didn't understand the chart were either trolls or banned from Twitter. But no, that is a joke. They're real people, and it's important that we did these explanations. And that, when I talk about how I felt like we were educating people with that chart, a chart that I didn't make, but what is probably my favorite chart of the pandemic is this Google Trends graphic, which shows that search interest in the logarithmic scale shot up exponentially, you might say, right at the time that and to be fair, not only us, but the journalists were using this chart type. So I think really good evidence that you can stretch the limits of what you show to your readers. You don't have to think, oh, people might not get this, but as long as you actually tell them what it is and explain it, then you ensure that they're going to actually go out there and familiarize themselves with it and be more comfortable when they next see it. So yeah, the approach we very much take at the FT, and I think any designer would really take, is if you make something and it confuses people, that's your fault. It's not sufficient to say how do you know what how do you not know what a log scale is? I mean, again, most people are normal, and so they don't know what a log scale is. It's on you to explain it to them, and you don't need to just do a complete 180 and say, okay, we won't use that scale, but you keep using it, but you can explain it, and I think that's where people get the most value. But interestingly, it wasn't just the fact that the numbers went from 100 to 200 to 500. That wasn't the only thing people took issue with that chart. They also seemed to read a sort of political intent into it. And so the fact that as the numbers get higher, the chart sort of compresses them downwards led some people to think that we were sort of trying to suggest that COVID wasn't as bad as people thought, and that we were maybe trying to make the British government look good. And this was interesting, not just because it's always interesting to get those kind of accusations, but because it showed that people were interpreting what we felt were sort of mathematical and geometric decisions. They were interpreting them politically. And I think that's something that, as evidence has grown over the years, that people interpret graphics and supposedly objective things like maths and numbers as having personal and political intent in there as well. So in the end, we ended up producing this interactive version of the graphic where you could choose to use that log scale or a linear one as well. So we've given people the option to choose whatever they're comfortable with. But the learning was very much that you've got to think when you're producing any visualization, any graphic, that people may interpret this in ways that you hadn't even thought about. And so what you really want to do is minimize the chance that anyone thinks that you're trying to mislead them So when you're thinking about design, don't just think, I want to make the design that looks the most beautiful, that looks the most effective. Think about how someone who has completely different outlook on the world to you might misinterpret that, and therefore how you can minimize that risk of a negative reaction. Sticking with this idea of really thinking about your audience, probably the biggest lesson we had early on in the pandemic was that our data team at the FT had almost become its own separate sort of sub-newsroom because these charts were being seen by so many people. So just in sort of March and April 2020, I think well over 100 million people were seeing these graphics on social media, and it meant that our team was receiving well over 100 emails every day just from people asking questions about these charts. So after a week or so, or a couple of weeks of just asking people to sort of get in touch on social media, we ended up setting up a specific email address just for people to ask questions and offer suggestions for these charts. And this was a snapshot just from one day last year of all of these different emails, and that's less than 1 day's worth. And there's comments, there's praise, there's criticism, there's questions, there's people giving us new data sets from their country saying, I'd love to see the figures for, Ecuador, for example, and sending that to us. And so we really learned that by putting ourselves out there and saying, hey, we don't just make charts and walk away. We want to actually be part of a community here. We want your ideas for what we can do better, and indeed what, as reporters, we should be covering. That was enormously useful for us, and it ended up, we did a lot of stories based on reader tips that we got from people responding to these charts. So the lesson there is, again, it's easy for people who make visualizations to think, oh, we're just the sort of production team and we make this stuff and then whatever happens, happens. But I think by taking a much more active role and saying we're part of a conversation here, that was something we really benefited from. Similarly, there was a lot of chatter, especially from other people in the media, people saying like, should you really be putting all this stuff out on social media, on Twitter? Doesn't that reduce the incentive for people to actually go to the Financial Times website? We put a lot of this stuff outside of our paywall as well. And again, some people thought like, that's very nice, but that's probably not good for your business. But it was actually, it was both. It was very nice, and it was very nice for our bottom line. And I think what this really showed is that people really do appreciate when they feel a news organization cares about them and cares about their needs. And so a lot of people who, even though they only came to know our work because we were putting it out for free, they ended up subscribing to the FT. So that's just a small example of emails and tweets there from people who subscribed or continued their FT subscription because of our free COVID work. But it's something that we've continued to do, and so we still put pieces outside the paywall, both on COVID and beyond, every now and again, because it's easy for your organisation for people to develop a false idea of what your news organisation does if you only ever keep things behind the paywall. Most people I meet who don't read the FT think that it's completely different to what it is. They would never think that the FT would be an organisation that would cover a major public health crisis. They think that everything is finance and markets. But by putting stuff out there, we've managed to show people that we do a lot more than that, and we've got a lot of subscribers from that. So yeah, don't think of social media and occasionally putting things outside a paywall, if you have one, as being bad for your bottom line, but just good PR, because it can very much be both. And then a recent lesson that we've been learning a lot as well is about what all of this means for how we actually make this work. Obviously, during the pandemic, there was a big shift from the start of 2020 when we felt like this was a relatively one-off thing that we were covering. We'll make some charts in January, February, March, but by the summer we'll be doing something else. Well, I guess we thought we'd be covering like the Olympics in summer 2020, but apparently not. But this all became very repetitive. And so one of the things we did straight away was to template and automate as much of our COVID work as possible. These charts on the page, but dozens and dozens and dozens of our COVID charts were made in such a way that when the new data comes out every day or even or every week or whatever, the charts immediately update. But it's also important to recognize when that's not going to be the best way to do things, because the act of making all this stuff templated and automatable and instantly updating takes an initial big investment of time. Whereas sometimes, and this is a chart we made based on an academic paper that came out in the UK recently looking at waning efficacy of vaccines. Sometimes the effort you go to make something automatically updatable is not justified if that thing is not going to be updated regularly. So this is an example where academic studies on vaccine efficacy come out like roughly once a month, and they're often very different from one another. You can't assume that two studies will publish their data in the same way. So although we initially thought, let's make this in an easily automatable way so that next time there's a study we can just add in the data, we soon realized that that was actually a pretty inefficient way to go about it. So in that case, we just made this graphic as a one-off, and when the next paper comes out in a month or two, we'll make that one as a one-off. And so automating, templating is great, but don't feel you have to do it every time. And then finally, we've really realized the value of animation in our coverage as well. So we've made an enormous amount of static and interactive charts where you look at it on the page and you get what you see. But we've really realized as well that there are several examples of COVID data where you can add an enormous amount of value by animating what you show in a chart. And the best example of that was a couple of graphics we did last January, where the big question in the UK was, well, sure, we're seeing all these COVID cases, but we have flu every winter, and so how is COVID any different to that? And the way we answered that was by making this chart, which shows, first of all, the number of people who typically catch flu in the UK every winter, and so allowing these lines to build up, so you build this expectation in the reader that, okay, so this is what a normal winter always looks like, and then we bring in the COVID line, and that ended up going a lot higher than this chart, than it does on that chart as well. And we did the same thing, showing the total numbers of people in hospital over winter. So just by animating, you don't just say, that last chart, the last slide with the blue lines and the red line, that would have been a striking chart anytime, like however we'd done it. But by animating, you build this sense of normal, and then you break that sense of normal. And I think that's something we found to be very effective, and some of the readers did as well. So I've realized I've overrun slightly, so I will draw to a close there. But in terms of how we interact with our readers, how we design our charts, and how we use different forms of chart, hopefully that's a useful guide to what we've learned from the pandemic, and that we can apply going forward on other topics too. Cool, that's me.
Thank you, John, for the ultimate pandemic graphics presentation. And something people maybe are wondering now, when will this tone down? That's something I'm wondering about. But we'll open up for questions immediately, because I guess there might be some in the audience.
I've got the mic here.
Hi.
Sorry, hi.
Yeah.
Just one geeky question. What do you do with all the numbers? Do you have like some massive FT COVID database that you can go into and just search for some numbers when you work on a story?
Yeah, there's a bit.
Can we get it, please?
Yeah, it's a bit of both, really. So there's 2 or 3 people in our team at the FT who work solely on that, essentially, on making sure that all the data on cases and testing and deaths and all of that is in one place. And that is actually public facing on our GitHub repo, so that's always there. But the interesting thing on the pandemic has been how often the data actually changes in terms of what matters and what is interesting. So cases, deaths, hospitalizations have always been of interest, and so we have that regular database. But now, as I was saying, it's often scientific papers, or it's different studies being done by different people in different countries. So we have this big public-facing data set, but then in terms of the news stories that we write, probably 75% of those are based on these one-off drops. And we try to make that data public where we can as well, but it's much more varied, and it's less easy to put it into one big spreadsheet. But if there's anything that anyone's after, then let me know and we'll share.
And then we have one more here.
Yeah, hi, thanks for a great presentation. I just had a bit of more kind of nerdy question. How did you kind of create those automatically updating templates? What approach did you use?
Sure. So we've had this templating system at the Financial Times for a while, where we use the D3 JavaScript library to essentially create a template for all these different types of charts. So bar charts, line charts, pie charts, all of that. So that anyone in our graphics team, whether they know D3 or not, they can just go in and edit like the data set and the titles and that kind of thing, and they'll get a chart out of it. But we've always had this additional template, which is just a sort of blank space, So it still does a lot of the automating for us. It means, for example, that when I make one chart, I make the desktop version, the mobile version, the print version, the social version all at once. But it was a sort of blank canvas, so that with the pandemic, as these new chart types, as it were, came up, we make the chart once, and then every time you want to do it again, anyone in our team has access to this template, and so they think we need to make a new vaccine effect chart. They can go in, plug the new data in, change the title, and that will update. So it's D3 based, but basically all on GitHub. So anyone in our team would just open up a page in their web browser. So they say like vaccine effect chart, and they'd get all of that.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I was wondering, with the charts with annotations and texts, how do you handle responsiveness for example, mobile phones, where there's much less space?
Sure. So that's one where, with annotations, sometimes that will be so it's kind of part templated, sort of part automated, part manual. So the way we'll typically do that when we're putting together one of these charts is, the first step we'll say, okay, let's see if we can just automate the annotations and say we want the same annotation on every chart from like large screen down to mobile. And then if it looks like, okay, that doesn't work because it runs off the screen on mobile, for example, then we'll tweak the code so that it will move the annotation on mobile, or maybe we just say no annotation on mobile. So we're making that manual tweak in the code, but then if we update that chart the next week, because it was still based on code, it will just repeat that. It will already have taken that into account. So if I decide, okay, I'm going to have 3 big annotations on large screen, 2 on small screen, and only 1 on mobile, I have to write that code once. But then every time we update the chart, it's all automated. So it's not like I'm having to go into a design software like Illustrator and move the text around. So it's sort of manual once and templated after that.
Yeah, I asked the same question earlier today, but I was wondering how you handle accessibility in your visualizations.
Yep, great question. So anything that we've done that is like fully interactive, so it's like just HTML and CSS on the page, we're making sure that we've got all the right ARIA labels and that kind of thing on the different elements. But for a lot of the just flat graphics, for example, like whether it's an animated GIF or whether it's a flat PNG, we take the alt text approach to that, and we'll write a sort of written through paragraph description of what the chart shows. So we've made it in our CMS so it's impossible to upload a chart into an article without filling in the alt text. And I know some people with alt text take the approach that you kind of, well, that maybe you just want to sort of describe the individual numbers in the data set. We feel that if you just read out the actual data points on the lines, for example, that isn't especially accessible either. So we take the approach of, I will write, for example, like 50 words or 100 words for a chart saying, like a line chart showing that COVID cases in Western countries are following the same trajectory as Italy. So it's probably still not perfect because just describing it isn't the same as showing it, but alt text, a written through description is the approach we take for those static charts.
We can reveal a secret, and that is that John will be around for this afternoon, and feel free to invite him for a coffee. Is that allowed to say,
sure,
John?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So if you're not ready to ask your questions in public, you will still have the chance later on. Well, let's give a big round of applause for John Burn-Murdoch.
Thanks.
Are you still hungry for more? Yes, and that's how it is with good food. If you eat some, you will get hungry for even more. The good news, we have more on the agenda today. And if you're still hungry when you leave for home tonight, there is good news because our good friends at Scoop in Oslo will be hosting the Data Scoop conference in just a few weeks, October 16th in Oslo. So if you are eager, you might certainly get a ticket there. So you'll find John and Jonas somewhere in the audience, or if you can't find them, send me a message and I'll hook you up. So Data Scoop there for you. The next session we are doing is on it's for the nerds. We have promised to have something which pleases the most nerdy amongst us, and the next session should certainly do so. We have invited a former editorial journalist from TV2 and current pen tester from Net Security to offer us guidance in how to securely scrape websites, among other things. This is a pet topic for one of the committee members in the organizing or the program committee. So I hope you will be happy, and the rest of you as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, give a warm hand of applause for Mr. Vegard Vaage.
Hello. Great, let's see. So I needed some kind of approach to this. So this is going to be about how to stay off of Santa's naughty list, or rather operation security for API and web scraping. As Kjetil mentioned, my name is Vegard. I work as a head of penetration testing and incident response at Net Security. I'm what some people choose to call ethical hackers. I personally prefer a penetration tester, but same. Basically, hacking people with permission. And speaking of that, with permission, the ethics side of being an ethical hacker is something that also applies to these topics. Keep in mind that the things that I describe here should be used for legal purposes. Do not access data if you're not authorized to. Depending on the jurisdiction, that can get you in real trouble. Obviously, don't break the law. What you're about to see is for educational purposes only, right? So we need something to talk about. And the idea here is just to have a scenario rather than finding something shady that you can sort of apply to this discussion that would end up insulting somebody important. So I chose Santa, because Santa, I mean, the guy runs a global distribution network. He's targeting children specifically. He has no oversight. Nobody's ever asked the question about, okay, what are you really doing, Santa? Maybe his wife, but we don't know about that. And he has this gang of elves that just does everything he wants them to. And the thing is, if you as a journalist then come across an API somewhere in the dark, far reaches of the internet, and you realize that, oh, there's a list here, and it has a bunch of kids on it. And on that list, there's their names, maybe their addresses, maybe the reason why they're on the naughty list in the first place. That's not something you want out there. And for the kids, I mean, from the GDPR perspective, this is something that is not okay by any standard. So it might make for an interesting story to see, okay, this Santa guy is shady to start with, and here he is breaking the GDPR in a horrible way, and maybe we should try and approach this. But at the same time, you don't want to be on the naughty list either. So what do you do? How do you protect yourself when you're coming into this? And of course, there's been some topics here, and I know that a number of people now are thinking, hey, let's use Tor. No, don't use Tor. Just to explain to you guys a bit about how Tor works. I needed something to point with here. So later, let's see if this works. Yeah, cool. So this is a classic cryptographic example as well. Cryptographers, for some reason, always use Alice, Bob, and Jane, and more people, but I don't know why, it's tradition. But the thing is, if you're Alice, you're sitting on your computer, you're trying to be anonymous, and you want to use Tor to be protected. And yes, you can get anonymity out of Tor, that works for certain threat models. But the idea then is that you connect to the Tor network routes your traffic through a number of intermediate servers, and then gets you to Bob or Santa. Now, the whole idea here is that the red circled computer here is something called an exit node. And now exit nodes are important because that's how you get back on the actual internet. If you don't want to access some of the really shady stuff that's only on Tor, then the way to talk to the internet through Tor is that you have to have an exit node on the end. And the problem here is that all the exit nodes are known. The Tor project, by design, actually publishes this information continuously. And that means that the people who want to protect themselves from people coming from Tor will know that you're coming from a Tor exit node. And that means that, yes, you're still anonymous, but they can tell that you're coming from Tor. And for the people who are familiar with this, let's say 90% of all traffic going through the Tor network is shady at best, horrible at worst. And of course, like 74% of all stats are made up on the spot, but you know. But the whole point here is that that means that the server owners, in this case Bob, might not want traffic from Tor, or at least he wants to know about traffic from Tor. And since the exit nodes are known, the IP addresses are known, that means that you can actually use that as a part of your protection, at least to get an alert that you're coming from Tor. That might raise some questions. Maybe sometimes support elves figure out that, hey, let's have a look at this traffic that's coming in. There's a change in the access pattern. At the same time, they could also block you on this, so that you risk losing access to the whatever API you're trying to reach anyway. And of course, there's also been a change with the Tor browser. For those of you who are familiar with it, it's a built-in browser that the project itself has released that is intended to be more secure than the regular one. It used to be that it came with JavaScript disabled for security reasons. That has changed because the internet has changed and the way we build web pages, as many of you know, has changed. If you try to use the internet today without JavaScript enabled, most things will break. So these days, the Tor browser will come with JavaScript enabled, and that adds risk. So and the reason for that is your browser might be identifiable even if you don't use JavaScript, but especially if you use JavaScript, then you give away a lot of information. Now, this is from a site called amiunique.org. You just visit this after the session or some time later just to check it out. It will tell you how easy you are to pinpoint from the masses online. And the thing is, even with JavaScript disabled, but especially with JavaScript enabled, without cookies, they can tell who you are. They can track you. And one of the things that is a classic marker for this, and this is probably a bit skewed because I use over here, as you can see, the user agent, which is the identifier for what kind of browser I'm using. That pulls it from 100% the total mass of the various users that people are of the internet out there. The only 0.06% of them use that particular version, and for my part, that is a version of Firefox on Windows 10. And that drops the statistics down immensely. And then when you add in all the other factors, like the content language thing, for instance, in this case, I'm running on an English version, so that helps get me a little bit more private. And then you have other stuff like the canvas stuff that you can use and see rendering capabilities of for a specific browser. And those differ so much between versions that you end up in a situation where you can actually be tracked. So that's food for thought. And of course, when you're trying to scrape, you don't want to be identified. But at the same time, and that's going to be sort of a recurring subject here, is you don't want to be different either. Because if you're different or weird, that's going to raise some flags as well. So how does this work then? Just leaving JavaScript aside for now. The way that you can be identified by doing this is for the HTTP headers. I'm just assuming that we're all geeks here, so I'm not going to go into HTTP or HTTP headers. But the main ones that are used for identification is, for instance, the accept encoder, accept encoding, accept headers will give you some input on what kind of browser this is, what kind of content it accepts, and that helps sort of nuance it a bit. Cookies, obviously, I mean, they are not made for tracking, but they're extensively used for that. So if you want to sort of stay off the radar, you need to be very careful about what kind of cookies you do include. But again, if you leave cookies off, that might be considered weird for some servers. And again, the user agent. I'm going to say a bit more on the string here, because the user agent doesn't just tell you what browser you're using. As I said earlier, this is my version of Firefox from like last week. That will probably have changed by now since it's patched continuously, and that will give you sort of a gap between people who are running one version or not. And it tells you not just that you're using Firefox, it gives you a version number or a date potentially there. Mozilla is all over the place for weird historic internet reasons. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. But also, it's telling you explicitly that this is on a computer running Windows 10, on a 64-bit computer. And all of these things can be used to identify you. So you want to pay attention to these. The request is just a random API call, public, so it's nothing special. So how can you deal with this? Well, if you want to scrape stuff, then you don't want to do it manually. You don't want to sit in the browser, because the browser can give you away. So you need some way of automating it, and you need some way of getting flexibility to sort of pretend to be something you're not. And this is where curl comes in. Curl is a command line tool that runs on pretty much anything. I'm pretty sure you could run it on a phone, at least an Android phone if you wanted to. But it supports much more than just HTTP and HTTPS. It supports a number of other interesting protocols that are for more, let's say, peripheral data sharing platforms like FTP, which is ancient, but still you can find some neat data around there as well. But the thing is that it's scriptable. And the way that you can move from a command line tool that has a bit of an obscure syntax, I can never remember how that goes from time to time. And also, as you saw from the header lists earlier, there's quite a number of things that you need to include to actually get something that looks realistic. So what you can do is that you use the debugging tools that are included in most browsers these days, and open up those, so developer tools in Chrome or Firefox or Edge or whatever, and then go into the request history, right-click on it, and then many of them will have this functionality that's shown here. Just right-click, copy, and then copy as curl either for Windows or whatever platform that you're using. And what that does is that adds to your clipboard this. And it looks worse than it is. It's like a wall of text for a command line thing here. But short version is curl, and then the URL that you're accessing, and then there's a dash capital H, and that says that, okay, I want this header included, and then you repeat that for each header that you want. And this was created by the browser via the copy command that I just gave, so I didn't have to type out everything. And then you can take this and just start tweaking it and changing the things that you want to change to keep you safe, but also keep you looking realistic. So an example of that is for user agents. Because user agents, as they're also fundamental to sort of telling you about what kind of user this is. Is this a mobile user? Is it somebody on a Windows desktop? Is it on an iPad somewhere? Then it's typically looked at, and it's used along with IP addresses to try and identify, okay, what kind of actor is this when you're looking at logs from the defense side? And if you want to change that a bit, let's say that you don't want to come in looking like the same exact browser every time you're doing a scraping call, then what you need to do is change the user agent around. So you can go into, for instance, whatismybrowser.com and go fetch lists of recent user agents from there and include those in your scripts. And then you can change them either periodically or for every request or whatever. So what I've done here is just add a simplified version where I just add a couple of user agents into an array in Bash. And if you wanted to do something a bit wider with a longer list, then you typically read those from file instead. And then I just pick one at random and then call curl with a specific, the $1 is just to say I want the command line argument that's coming in as my URL. And then set the dash capital A is for the user agent I want to use, and dash V just to see the output. And the whole idea is here just shows you a taste of what you can do to script header usage in general. So what do you need to keep in mind when you're doing this? Because you need to tune this to what kind of site you're trying to reach, what kind of scraping you're doing, what kind of technology they're at, what your threat model is for that matter. But some general things that you need to think about is, for instance, traffic patterns. So you should probably not, even though it might seem like a good idea, do all your scraping in the middle of the night, because that might give you a nice little traffic bump on the statistics from the server side that says, normally there's nothing going on at night, but all of a sudden I have this bump in my stats. That's going to also raise some questions for the defensive side. Same with intensity and the normal number of requests. So, or rather the total number of requests, because if you do, say, 5,000 requests in 5 minutes in the middle of the day, if the traffic levels for that site is so low that you get like this spike in traffic, and then many of you from the journalist side know exactly what this can look like when you're doing breaking news stories as well. And then if you get that spike, that will get noticed. Same with if you're doing a relatively low intensity, but you're raising the total volume of the site, say that it's a site that has 5,000 requests normally, and then you're adding maybe 2,000 to that level, you're raising the entire graph for that period. And that will increase server load, it will raise the stats as well, and that will again get you noticed. And then, of course, you also need to vary the other headers that might change over time. So if there's some header that's set, that it gives some periodic information or a time-based header or something like that, you need to match those signatures as well. Again, you need to emulate what looks normal to pass and not be caught out in doing this. And of course, in some cases where you don't actually have an API to work with, but you're dealing with raw web pages, HTML pages, what you need to do then is that since the detections of whether or not you are a human behind the keyboard or not are getting fairly good, that means that you might have to introduce a headless browser, so actually a browser without a user interface is what it means, and use that for scripting as well. The disadvantage of that is that you have to remotely control the browser, setting all of these headers the way that you want them to avoid being detected from the rendering of, or rather execution of, JavaScript in that context. Because it's a classic check. Is this a real browser? Is the mouse moving? Is it capable of executing JavaScript at all? If the answer to that is no, then many pages will just block you. And of course, if there's authentication involved, if you have multiple users, you should use them. If you're Bob and you're calling this site 5,000 times a day, if you're really interested in that content, then maybe, but for the most part, it means that or Bob's user has been used for automation. And go slow. This is one case where you might get really curious and you want to get as much data in as quickly as possible. Maybe you're afraid to get caught. Maybe you're afraid that somebody will shut down the service and so on. Well, if you go slow, the odds are that you will not be seen, especially if the traffic levels for the site are fairly high. So slow is usually better, but again, depending on what you're trying to achieve and the site itself. If it's a site that isn't used by, sees normal traffic at all, then it's not going to help you at all. Right, one more advanced mechanism to be aware of here is the canaries. So canary tokens or canary URLs. The idea here is that from the defensive side, somebody will place data or a URL somewhere in the application, web application, or maybe it's a part of an API. Say that Santa has placed a kid in there on the naughty list with the ID 2345. He knows, and everybody who uses the service knows that that is one thing that we will never have to access because that kid doesn't actually exist. So the way it's been set up is that if somebody does fetch that information about that kid with that ID, an alarm might go off, it might end up blacklisting you or the IP or both. And then you might run a real risk of getting on Santa's naughty list. And that's a bit of a challenge because it's really hard from the outside to actually be able to tell the difference between what is normal data and what is fake or canary data. And the server people will know because they have faked it and they will never actually use it anywhere. But if you try and grabbing that because you see it's a natural step, if you have like a user 1234 and then there's a user 1236, it's really natural to go and fetch the other one in the middle as well. But they know that this is something that we should never fetch. So there's that. And then, of course, there's the biggest one, and that is the IP address you're coming from. You should never, ever do this from your own IP. You should never do this from your employer's ID. Don't do it from home. And, of course, that's because it is easily trackable, and it's easy to sort of aggregate all the calls. If you're making 10,000 calls from a single IP address, and that is not normal function for the application that you're trying to scrape, it's going to get you in trouble. So unless any of you actually owns a botnet, I hope you don't because, illegal, then you should build your own. And that's where the build your own botnet thing comes from, the BYOB. And typically use Docker. Automate as much as you can for the deployment of the software that you're using so that you can actually push that out into the various cloud offerings out there. Host on multiple because that gives you new separate IP segments. Those IP segments, by the way, can be tagged as server types of things, and that can get you in trouble, or at least sort of blocked on this. But at the same time, you can spread it out, and you can't pretend to be a residential user with that, but at least you can sort of move it out and extend it. Same way that you can extend it quite a bit, but by using the different geographic regions that the cloud vendors have available. So you can host stuff in Japan and the US and in Europe or wherever, as much as you want to. And a really nice trick for this is to, for virtual machines, very common thing for cloud vendors is actually that if you turn off the machine and turn it back on again, you will get a new IP address. So you can do that as often as you need to just go in and say, hey, I can make like 5 requests from this one, turn it off, turn it on again, and then I have a new IP, and then that will change the IP, and then you don't sort of overload and come in with those classic massive requests from a single IP scenarios. So there's that, and what the whole idea here is that pretend to be something you're not. Pretend to be normal traffic as much as you can. So spread the IP addresses around so that you're coming from many different places. That will get you past geographic blocking in many cases as well. And take that as the approach. Pretend to be normal, and at the same time get enough out of the services that you're trying to scrape from without getting caught and not ending up on the blacklist or the naughty list. So, questions?
Yeah, that I believe was quite nerdy enough. Do anyone disagree? Are you satisfied? Thumbs up? Yes. That's good to hear. We do have, of course, time for some questions. It's limited what Vegard is able to teach you in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I hope this has given you an overview and piqued your interest. And if you are hungry for more, you can always give Vegard a call, but not using your regular phone, obviously. Use something more secure. So I don't know what that would be.
Signal.
Signal, yeah. So you'll find Vegard on Signal if you need to reach him. Yes, we have the first question from Topi.
Yeah, thanks. Great presentation.
Thanks.
I haven't done any scraping myself, speaking for a friend here. But really great trips overall. But what my friend has noticed when scraping is that the biggest hurdle seems to be parsing JavaScript, not being anonymous. This is what they say on the streets. But sometimes the most interesting data sets are deep down in the JavaScript world. And when pages changed, your friend's highly sophisticated scraper breaks.
Yeah.
Has your friends encountered anything similar?
Yeah, I think part of it will have to do with sort of specific from site to site and service to service, right? How much it changes and the way that it's been built. I mean, some sites out there are really sophisticated that you can use navigation style interfaces to actually go through the APIs and navigate through them automatically that way. But in many cases, you have to do the analysis. But speaking from JavaScript specifically, and this is sort of into the be nice about this, but a common mistake that we see is actually people embedding URLs into their JavaScript that points to API endpoints that might be compromisable, I would say, or containing sensitive data, or maybe it's an admin function that you're not supposed to be calling and you're not exposing that in the user interface in any way. But it's still there. And digging through the JavaScript source files, looking for those kinds of APIs, and just looking for texts of URLs that gets you into those data sets, that will maybe put you back on track again in some cases. But there's no easy fix for that. So once you have the API input and you want to start digging into it, it depends entirely on the domain and of the service in question.
More hands? I feel it buzzing on the pocket on the inside.
There.
Yeah, we have one in the auditorium first.
Yeah, thank you. Has the increased use of static web page generation made it more difficult to scrape?
Yeah. Well, not necessarily static web pages, because you can parse HTML more or less as easily as you can anything else. But well, that's not true. But I mean, compared to JSON, it's much more complicated. But you can scrape static HTML as well, as long as you find the URLs. But what it does help is hide the backend, so that you don't have an API to call to find any data that you actually didn't want to publish, for instance. So that's where it really helps with the static stuff, because it means that there's a layer of static content between you and the actual generating backend. And that can complicate things. But once it's out there, if you have published everything anyway, if the URL structures are predictable, for instance, then and we can get quite creative with how you can actually brute force that. It's something that it's not going to help you just to have static HTML content. It's not going to do much if we can sort of guess what you're trying to build.
Yeah, hi. Great presentation. I kind of wondered a bit more on the kind of security for investigative journalists or something, an aspect of this. Because say you're not in a Western country and, for instance, trying to expose some government shenanigans or something, you're doing scraping. Even if you create these kind of botnets or something, those IPs and that traffic could still lead back to you.
Yeah.
How could you kind of try to secure yourself from that kind of tracking?
It's a really good question, and the answer there, as very often is in the world of security, is it depends. And the reason for that is that it depends on your threat model, and it depends on who you're trying to protect yourself from and their kind of resources, what they're willing to do. There are state actors out there that are really ruthless. They are perfectly willing to arrange mishaps in your near family just to get you out of the house to scan your computer before you get back. And I'm not making this up. And if you're in that space, then you're pretty much in trouble already, because you as a private person don't really have the resources to defend against that. If you're not up against those people, it depends on where you are in the world. If you are at risk, if you are working remotely on a laptop from a hotel room somewhere, that is very different from sitting at home or in the editorial rooms at the desk. So you have to consider the threat model very carefully and then make your choices based on that. And there's a reason why people that travel to certain Asian countries tend to at least retank, if not destroy, the laptops that they brought with them. Because I mean, if you look at recommendations from the Norwegian security authorities, for instance, they do this actively. If they visited somewhere that they feel is in that sort of space, then they will pretty much destroy the gear rather than taking it home, because they know that the risk is so high. And that's sort of, you have to be careful about that, simply because as journalists, you might not have the resources to defend as well against that, and then you have to think about the operational security stuff way more, and that's a much longer topic than I had time for today. But it's, yeah. But it is important to think about if you're going in that direction, because that's where it gets dangerous.
Great presentation. I was just wondering, do you think it will be more difficult to scrape websites in the near future? Are people working actively to prevent it?
No, not really, because this sort of loops back into what we see from the penetration testing side in general, and that's that we keep, and apologies to any young students in the room, if any, we keep educating new people from so universities and everything, and they come in and they want to go out and do things. And the problem is that information security isn't taught as much as it should. And that means that people come out with development skills, or they are self-taught even, and they make mistakes again and again and again. And it tends to be the same mistakes again, and that's why we have the always top 10 list, for instance, of common mistakes for web applications. And so that's not going to change. I think for some people, and again, so the threat model from the defender side is also a discussion here, that if they have something that they really, really want to protect, but they also want it online, then it's a matter of how much resources they are willing to put up to defend against this, and how advanced and how much knowledge they have. So it's an arms race, but in general, I see no signs of improvement when it comes to web development or protection on the server side on this, unfortunately.
Hello. Okay. So you're a big nerd, and lots of us here are journalists. But we do scraping from time to time. Have you come across some journalism projects that use scraping and thought, oh, that's rubbish, or they really shouldn't do that? Or do you have like feedback to us from your nerdy brain on the stuff you see journalists do that
Well, I think if I understand your question correctly, then I think the main thing is, as we discussed just now, is that think about the threat model when you're doing scraping. Consider who you're up against, what they're willing to do. So that's an important part.
I was more talking about like the method, like the common mistakes you see journalists do when doing scraping projects.
Yeah, a few of those topics that I addressed. So, for instance, coming from the same IP, being naive about the user agent, sort of not blending in with the actual traffic is the most common stuff. That if you look like something then other than a normal user, they might pick up on it, and that lands you in trouble. So I think that's the main takeaway from this. Is that try to look normal. Try to model the access patterns of a normal user. If you have to go in and visit this page and this page before there's a JavaScript call to an API, then you, when you're scraping, should do those things as well to go under the radar, so you're not just hitting that API endpoint.
I'm sorry. I think that a lot of journalists don't even think about doing that, to be honest. Like a lot of the work we do scraping is because the institutions or the websites where we find the data just is not good at sharing it openly, although it is public data or something that's supposed to be openly shared and is not, or is something that is updated constantly, and the way they share it is just rubbish. So as journalists and little geeks, we're like, oh, let's just make a scraper for that and have it like a clean way for us. So it's not like we are not 90% of the time doing some illegal scraping or something that's really threatening for our security. It's more like we want the job to be clean, so we do it ourselves with a scraper. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. And I think that's a good distinction to make as well. But I think for the most part, what that boils down to is what you're risking. And if it's important for you to keep access to the data, then the way that you do scraping might actually mean that they figure out that you're scraping and then closing it off, right?
Maybe I'm being too nice, but sometimes we're even thinking of ways of like leaving a business card in the scraper thing. Hello, yeah, we're taking the data because you're not good at sharing it. So if you want more information about why we're scraping your website every day, here's an email address and you can get more info about it.
Yeah, and I think that's a really neat way to do it when you're sure that you're not going to land in legal trouble, and it might actually reduce the risk of that because you're being really open about it and you're making it easy for them to shut you out if they want to. So I think that's not the worst approach to take, but it's also something that, again, keep in mind the legal implications. Sometimes they might choose to press charges anyway, and we see people getting charged for the most ridiculous things. Yes, we have the final one there, but while you move over, we have one from the chat, which is relevant to the discussion here. How do you figure out the normal traffic pattern of a site? Right, use proxies in between you and the website that you're using. So plug something in between you and the browser and look at the traffic that actually goes over the line. Then emulate that. Last one.
Yeah, I just kind of got another kind of question thinking about what was just said. Have you ever experienced or seen some actor faking content given back to somebody who's scraping? Like if they figure out that you're trying to scrape their site, they're returning like misleading content simply to destroy your data. Well, I haven't seen it, but it's very close to the canary token concept that I showed. But it's not. Then it's specifically for a security purpose, not to just mess with you. But and that's always sort of okay. Do you want to mess with them or do you want to just shut them out? Yeah. So, but it could be fun. Last question to Vegard: will you be at the hackathon? No, unfortunately not. Okay. Next year then, or use Signal to get in touch, or use me as a proxy to reach this guy. I know where you live. Everything. I know where you live. Give a big hand of applause for Vegard Vaage from Net Security. Thank you. And we are having one more final session coming up. We will have a panel debate going on here on stage. So we'll see the stage being rebuilt a little bit over the next few minutes. While that's happening, it's a good occasion to do a shout out to the producer of this conference, Kulturoperatørene, who have been doing this who have been making this into a flawless event today, and they are also a member of the media cluster. So a big hand for Kulturoperatørene. I know it's dangerous to do this because we could jinx it, but it's been fun so far and it's only half an hour left. So we like to live a little bit dangerous late in the afternoon. Marianne, you will be hosting this debate now in a few minutes. Yep. So what are we up for next?
We're going to be chatting through technologies and challenges when working on data journalism projects.
Are you excited or are you tired? Woo! Yeah. Let's try to mobilize some energy before calling it a day, or we are calling it an afternoon, and then we'll hack on into the night. And before that, there will be, as mentioned, a really good session on universal design, which will start immediately after we wrap up here. Just follow the lead up onto the ground floor and further onto the newsroom, I think the venue is called. So follow the people guiding the way. We will meet Philip Bock from Bergens Tidende. He will share his tips for universal design. We will meet Øystein Moseng from HEI-DA together with Ted Gies from Elsevier Press. And we will also meet NRK, who will talk about how they work with universal design and, most important, why it is important. We see people coming up on the stage. We still have a few more persons being all mic'd up. So one question that I've already got a few times is, when is the next MCB Hack going to be? Do we have to wait a full year before we can do this? No, you don't have to, because we will come back in June. So already now, save the date June 7th in your calendar. That's the occasion to be here next time. Of course, you can be here anytime, but for doing MCB Hack. And this is particular for the ones who were unable to attend in person. Make sure to note the date down. And as mentioned, you have the Data Scoop conference going on in Oslo on October 16th. They often run out of tickets, rumor says, but you might be lucky and get your spot if you are quick. So reach out to John or Jonas if you want to join to a trip to Oslo on October 16th. Lasse, you are actually you are back.
Yeah.
You didn't do Stolzen in the lunch?
Yeah.
Yeah? You did? Okay.
Yeah.
But you
New
seem
personal
fresh.
record, yeah.
So we are still waiting for some more speakers to join the panel, but everybody needs to have microphones on. Yeah. And here Marianne is taking the stage. And we have Topi, welcome back, directly from Helsinki. We have John from UK. And we are waiting for the final one. Here is the second or the first Lambrechts, depending on who you ask. Yeah. So I think we are feature complete. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the final session of the MCB Hack. This is Marianne Bouchart with the panel debate, which concludes this conference. Thank you.
Cheers. Okay, hi everybody. We're literally gonna stay on our feet, right, and keep things going. Welcome to this panel discussion. We'd like to talk and share some ideas on the use of nerdy tech in data journalism, and we've got some fantastic people here with us. John Burn-Murdoch, you just heard him talk earlier. I mean, we've all talked today, right? So that's pretty cool. He's the Financial Times chief data reporter. We've got also Maarten, who talked to us earlier today, who is data journalist. He's done incredible work with the World Bank, and he's working as a consultant from Belgium. We've got Topi, who talked to us also this afternoon, this morning. You're more of a map geek guy, right? Doing lots of mapping and data-driven work at, how do I pronounce it? GISPO?
Yeah, close enough.
Close enough. And finally, we've got Lasse, who made us all laugh this morning, but then realized that some really cool nerdy stuff is also happening right here in Bergen. And so together, we'll try and tackle a few questions. It's going to be quite a laid-back discussion, but still a few lead questions to help us talk about things. The first one I wanted to ask you was, where do you draw the line when you're working in the newsroom between the time you spend on the technology and the fun you have playing with new tricks and the time you spend on the journalism and the meaning of what you do? How do you do that? Do you have tips on that, or how easy or difficult do you find finding the balance between those two things?
You need a good boss.
You need a good boss to tell you off?
Yeah.
Okay.
it's always that with a new project. You start with you want to tell the story, right? But there are 7 million things that can go wrong, and you're always pushing the limits, and you're always getting involved in new tech, and you have to spend much time finding out about it. And then you need someone to drag you out of the rabbit hole and tell you that you're also a journalist, and you need to tell the story to someone, not just yourself.
So, like, do you actually drastically tell yourself, I'm not going to spend much more time than this on the tech or on developing something handmade?
I just use a timer sometimes. I just put it for 15 minutes, and if I can't find the solution for it, I'll just have to do something else.
Cool.
And
what about you guys?
I would say that like we've heard a few comments on automating things and using templates. So a good piece of advice there is why spend doing something 30 minutes manually when you can spend 8 hours on automating it.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's where I find myself, and that's a good thing to bear in mind. Should I automate this, or should I give in and do it manually? I think that's a good thing to think.
Yeah, from my part as a freelancer, I have to stay on top of things because I need to learn new things just to follow all the rest. And so what I sometimes do is when I have a smaller project, I use that to learn new technology. And then next time when I have a bigger project, the learning curve is already climbed and I can just start working with the new tool. So yeah, using smaller projects to learn new things, I think, is a good idea. The other thing, of course, and those who work in newsroom will certainly know how battling the CMS is always a struggle. And having people managing the CMS, allowing you to do the fancy stuff is very important. Otherwise, you will get blocked and get stuck really easily.
Which also brings us to like a sub question. How do you sell a tech heavy project to your team or to your editor?
I think often
how do you justify it?
Often, I mean, it shouldn't be the way, but you just do it and then you say,
I've done it, publish it.
I mean, just because, like, obviously, in a lot of newsrooms, the editorial staff can be quite. They don't like new things that they haven't seen before because they're like, something could go wrong, or like this doesn't fit into my archetype of what I think journalism looks like when you're explaining it to them. Whereas if you say, hey, we made this thing, then sure, there'll be edits, there always are, but they'll usually be like, oh, this looks cool and interesting and exciting. And so I think for me, it's like, obviously make sure it still meets the editor's idea of what a story is, what journalism is. You don't want to get into the habit where you're just known as making cool stuff and not doing journalism. But as long as you tick the journalism box, then I think just do it before you show them, rather than trying to explain what this cool thing is going to look like, because all they're going to hear is like a load of words they don't understand.
And maybe also we can add, maybe make it like the reusability factor is also quite a good sell. When you're saying, I'm not making this just for that, like we could reuse that for other subjects or other projects. Or
although in my experience, that's another one where your head of technology or head of products would absolutely hear that argument and be like, yeah, reusability is great. Whereas your editor's going to be like, that I don't care. Like, I want to get this story out. So I think that's another one where 6 months later, they'll be like, oh, that was so great. We've used it in 4 stories. But at the time, reusability is probably like number 63 on their list of like, should we publish this story?
Okay, next one. What challenges do you guys face when you're actually going down that route and trying to be innovative? What are the common obstacles that you meet when trying to do something new?
I can go first.
Yeah, sure.
I am the author of a website called Xenographics. It's a collection of very weird charts. So when I try to be innovative is try to implement or maybe even invent a new chart type. Usually this involves just taking a regular chart and changing something small. Then the challenges are to have the people you are working for accept this new chart type. And so you have to prove that it's effective, otherwise it certainly won't help. And you have to have good ways to explain how the chart works. And I don't think particularly the logarithmic scale charts that John showed are very innovative, but putting them in the news in front of millions of people, for me, is definitely innovative. And I congratulate John on this xenographic step of bringing those charts to that many people.
Just in terms of, just another point on that one, I think it's a thing that several of the speakers today have touched on, but CMS difficulties again. So, for example, at the Financial Times, we've got desktop, we've got mobile, and then we've got the app. And so the app is obviously, it's not HTML, it's a completely different platform, and yet most of our sort of longest standing subscribers interact with the Financial Times much more through the app than with the web. And so you just have little things like, okay, how do we, if we're building this interactive, do we have to build a sort of app-friendly version as well? And or little things like if readers in the app are going to be bounced out onto the open web in order to experience this really cool thing that we've made, then how do we make sure that they come back to the app afterwards? And so it tends to be like you make this really cool innovative thing, and then like the product and technology teams get involved, and they're like, see, that's not going to work, and that's not going to work. So I think battle one is convince the editor, and then battle two is technology side, make sure that it fits in with all of their plumbing, as it were.
And also, it depends also what you call a innovative project, right? Because it's different from, I'm from a little team of data journalists at Bergens Tidende, and sometimes we work with the rest of the editorial staff, and their idea of innovative news project is different from mine, right? So I often burn out because I try to reach for something much more complex than they really want to do. They want to mimic Snapchat, and I think that is boring. So that's also that you have to come on a common level with your colleagues, and that's important to do early. We have, I think, we all have spent too much energy pursuing something that was not what people intended.
And one last little thing, like in a weird reverse way, sometimes a challenge you face after the fact is then another desk comes to you and says, "We want one of those things." And like
that's dangerous.
And like, but in some cases that's great, and you're like, "This was a huge success." But in others, you're like, "No, but your idea doesn't fit in that box at all." Like, you know, five or so years ago, a colleague of mine at the time at the FT, Robin Kwong, led this amazing project to make the Uber game, which was this a sort of very gamified experience of what it's like to be an Uber driver in terms of the challenges of making enough money while also having enough time to live your life and support your family. And it was a huge success, but it was very much a bespoke project. It took months of storyboarding as well as building, and then of course other desk editors say like, "Can we do an Uber game but for this thing and for that thing and the other thing?" And you're like, this was it's like writing a book. So like, now can you do a book about this? So I think, sometimes you can almost be a victim of your own success, and it's about communicating when something is a reasonable template and when it's not. But yeah.
Next up, because it's Nerd Day, what are your favorite tools or technologies at the moment? I mean, we've heard D3 quite 1,000 times today. But what are the things that you're excited about using at the moment, or things that you're thinking of using soon, or you'd like to play with? Any technologies that excite you?
If I can start, I could say that most of the, although we're talking a lot about data visualization, a lot of interesting things are happening in the database, and people aren't focusing enough how much you could use like SQL or something like that to analyze data. Of course, a lot of people who work with visuals, they get the already analyzed small and nice GeoJSON from someone, and they just have to visualize it. But I think like the heavy data lifting in databases is something that is worth mentioning.
And then just sort of going back to the first question today, I try to not get too excited about the tools and technologies, because that's how I like spend a day just being like, you can do this and you can do this, and then it's like, what have I done journalistically? Where's this leading? But
yeah, from my part, I do a lot of front-end development nowadays, and I held off learning any of the frameworks until some time ago that I really had to learn these frameworks. So I have done things in React, and I have used Vue, and now the new kid on the block is Svelte. And I must say, I think the hype is justified because it's much easier to learn and it works really well with data visualizations. So yeah, it is also developed by a guy from the New York Times who is doing data viz. Whenever I have my own choice, I use Svelte for the front-end development.
Yeah, same as us. I'm so lucky that I have a young kid on the team that brings all the new stuff into the team because I'm an old man with a family. So it's the same thing with tooling. I can't spend that much time on it like I did before. But so it's mostly I use Jupyter notebooks for analysis and Svelte for visualization. And I think that for me D3 is kind of over because that was all the hype like I guess 7-8 years ago. But using it in combination with React or Svelte like you do is the new way of doing it. But you know, I think some new technology you have to immerse yourself in from time to time because then you can have a new idea that you would never have thought about before.
Mm-hmm.
Just raises the bar or opens up your mind. It's like buying a new guitar, even though you have 8 guitars from before. You get a new 12-string and suddenly you write Staircase to Heaven. That's just how things work. You need some new tools and new inspiration from time to time. But I'm getting old, so I'm just programming now.
But if you were given like a week or a month. If someone came to you and said, listen, you can stop working, you just have a month to learn whatever skill you want, whatever framework you want, whatever new skill, what would you pick?
I'd go for learning to work with satellite images.
Hey.
I know something about it, but I would love to learn more because I think that in the near and far future we're going to see and need a lot of that kind of journalism.
Mm-hmm.
It will only get bigger, and I think yesterday Landsat 9 was launched.
I know, yeah.
So there will be more and more frequent imagery available.
Mm-hmm.
So I think for journalism this is a field that only recently started popping out and that I would love to join.
Cool. What about you, John?
I mean, everyone's been talking about Svelte. I'd probably learn that. Like we're starting to do more interactive stuff again at the FT after not having done as much of that for a few years. But also for me, it's often subject matter because I always feel uncomfortable when, like, as the data journalist, I'm working on a story where I'm just like doing the numbers or the graphics, but I don't actually know the ins and outs of the story and why it all matters. So, for example, at the moment we've the big like energy price crisis, which is especially acute in the UK. And my thing on that is like I want to know enough about that story to be able to just jump in with ideas for what we should be doing instead of just waiting for a journalist to come and say, can we make this chart?
For me, probably I would invest that in imaginary week in learning Blender, because Blender has been on my list for a long, long time. And I would just spend the week doing like stupidly detailed renders and just to watch my machine render. Yeah, Blender would be it.
Cool.
I think Unity, probably, just to finally make the computer game I'm meant to make.
Nice, thank you guys. Okay, so now we come to our last stop. It's going to we have about 10 minutes to go through that question, which is not the least. I wanted you guys to talk to us about the stuff you do at the moment, the sort of projects you're working on, but most of all about the lessons that you learned from doing those projects. And so you gave me a few links and feedbacks, and so it'd be great to share that with everybody. First up is Mr. John. You shared with me this project you did on the German election. It's more an example to talk about the graphics that you use. Would you tell us a bit more about this?
Yeah, sure. And I should say that was me in the plural. So that was our team. That was mainly Martin Starbert, Ollie Elliott, and a couple of our Google fellows and interns at the moment who worked on this. But yeah, the interesting thing here is that there's been a lot of chat today about like when should you reinvent the wheel versus just going with stuff off the shelf. And I think for a long time at the FT, we were in the reinventing, or we would say, just making a better wheel camp. But you keep doing that for a long enough time, and then you start to think, well, we're still spending a lot of time on this. Should we actually use something off the shelf? And also the bigger issue within our team was, I talked earlier in my session about how we were using these D3 templates to make our charts. And that was all very well, but in order for people to really be able to do a bit more customization and make sort of fancier charts, they'd need to know how D3 works. And as I think a few people have said now, D3 is a very involved way of making any graphic, which can be a bit of a barrier. And so what we found was that the people in our team who haven't come from a programming language would often feel a bit excluded from making like the fancy graphics that their other colleagues and peers were making. And so what we've done recently in the last 6 months or so is started working with Flourish, which is a sort of out-of-the-box tool, which I don't know if some people are aware of. It's been around for a couple of years now, but it makes it easier to just sort of plug and play, drop your data in, and make lightweight interactive charts. So it's been really nice from a sort of personnel sense to look at people in our team who 6 months ago probably felt that their job was just to like get the data ready for someone else to make a cool chart with, but now they're making the cool charts and they can take ownership of that, and it's really sort of been a morale boost for them. And this piece of our German election results analysis is an example of that. So we had 5 or 6 different lightly interactive pieces in the page, like Sankey diagrams, maps, all of this kind of stuff. And that was made by a team including a couple of people who've only been at the FT for a month or so. And if we'd asked them to fiddle around with some D3 stuff, that would probably have been beyond what they were ready to do, and they'd have felt like they were just sort of assistants to the bigger project, whereas instead they've come out of this making interactive charts that they can point to and say, hey, I did this. So I think a good example of how it's good to have all of these options. It's good to have the ability for people to just go hands-on and be really custom, but sometimes using tools off the shelf, both in terms of your workflows and giving more people in the team ownership of the work, I think can be a good approach to take.
Nice, thank you very much for that. Maarten?
Yeah, I chose to share my Atlas of Sustainable Development Goals again. I'm not going to repeat everything that I said this morning, of course. But I wanted to highlight this as an example of a trend that I'm seeing in government agencies. They are more and more interested in having these kind of interactive pieces with scrollytelling. And this, I think, stems from their experience seeing these pieces on the New York Times, the Washington Post, Financial Times. So it's kind of trickling down to other sectors, this kind of journalism, data journalism. And for example, Eurostat is also making its first steps in that area. So I think kudos to people working in data journalism, because you're really pushing the boundaries, and it's trickling down a little bit. At least that's what I'm seeing in my clients. One thing I learned from that is that you always have to deal with a lot of politics. And if you want to make something for Eurostat, for example, there are very strict guidelines, what you can do, how you should do it, what colors you should use, how things should be ranked in a chart, for example. And often these things go against good graphic design for data visualization. So that's a battle that I sometimes have to fight in order to get good graphics when working for government clients.
Nice. Thank you very much. Topi, I did some investigation about you. No, I had a look at all the projects you've done, and I found that one quite very interesting. It's called Map Dreamer, right? Yeah. And I wanted to know if you could tell us what's the project, what's behind it, and the sort of stuff you learned while doing it.
Yeah, this was purely a personal project. So my intention was to investigate if neural networks could create maps. So in a nutshell, I scraped a lot of old maps, like tens of thousands of old maps from open sources, fed them onto a style gun 2, which was created the neural network, and then asked the network to create maps. I've written a blog post about it, about the process, and done some, all of the stuff you see there they're not really maps. They're not based on. They're just trained on the data. And I have to mention, I'm super allergic to hype words like machine learning and artificial intelligence. And every time I saw them today, I had like chills in a bad way. But this was an interesting journey to myself to like really to like this like real AI stuff, and it was really nice. If someone is wondering what's the point, there isn't much. It was more of an artistic voyage that spent a lot of credits on Google.
Well, that's pretty cool, though. Thank you. And so, okay, our last stop, and I put you last because I know we're going to talk a lot. Lasse, you had a few steps that you wanted to show, but then you have an extra project you also wanted to share. If you
I could I sent you the link, I think.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I can talk a little bit. But this is showing the margin of error in polls, which is always been tremendously difficult for us. And this is made by my colleague Philip Bock. We had more iterations over this, but this I really liked. It shows the margin of the error on the top of the bars, so you understand more what margin of errors are, and you can see that is much more closer than you might think there is in a poll. Yeah, this is just to build blocks. We had an election in Norway as well, and people, that meaning journalists or our readers, can't count to 85. So we just made a tool for them, so they could try to see if they could get the number up, which was quite easy, but it was very popular as well.
Sorry, guys.
And we could probably, did I send it to you, or did you find it?
Yes, I think you did.
Yeah.
I'm just going to bring it out.
Yeah, and we can, there we go. Oh. We'll find the jewel that was asked for before today. If you can find that one. No, we have anything else, I think. Yeah. This is also the election data. We have a panel in Norway that consists of 5,000 people that are asked regularly questions. And they're asked among the questions they're asked, which party do you vote for, and do you like or dislike these parties? So we can have this graph that is quite good, and also showing the margin of error in a shade, and we can tell you how much different voters of different parties dislike or like different parties. And this is interesting because this is Arbeiderpartiet and Senterpartiet, which are now trying to work out the government together. And the voters of Arbeiderpartiet don't like Senterpartiet. So that's quite interesting. Yeah, there we have the duel. Yeah, and you can press play on tape.
Sure.
All right. And this is the duel up Stolzen, where there are the finish time, the start time, and there are immediate times, and we can visualize how the duel is between different runners, and you can add yourself, and you can add people you know. And it's a very nice visualization, again made by Philip Bock, a little artist from Germany. And he'll be talking soon about accessibility in the graphs. So it's in 15 minutes, I think, or 20 minutes.
Which is another big topic.
Oh yeah, this is a cartoon made by me and Halvard on our team about leveling seats in a Norwegian election, and explaining it with a cartoon how it's worked out, and that kind of worked out very nice. It's just a scrolly, but it's flat images that you scroll over, and things happen with the bubbles, and the guy in green gets closer and closer to the door, and suddenly he's in Oslo because everybody else disappears in front of him. Because nobody understands the Norwegian leveling seat system, but we kind of does it now.
All right, time is up. We're actually 1 minute late. So it's time for us to continue the discussion with you. If you guys have any comments or questions about the stuff we just went through, or random questions too. Yeah, I can see people at the back.
Thank you for...
I'm taking your job, isn't it?
Thank you for that. It's been a long day, so that's appreciated. Thanks for a great panel discussion. Very well done job of hosting. And it's not, this session is soon over, but it's not over yet. As Lasse just said, we will continue on with a universal design session in 10 minutes. So just follow my colleague out of the auditorium and up into the next venue. And then there is the hackathon, where we hope to see everybody. Even if you're not signed up, that's no problem. We have plenty of space for all of you. And that takes place in the 9th floor in Tower 3. You will find signage, hopefully, and you will also find persons. And if not, yes, you guessed it correctly, Discord to the rescue. So let us know on Discord if you are not able to find a way. I would like to welcome the rest of the guys to the stage who has been presenting today. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Ommundsen, Frode Nordbø, and Vegard Vaage. Just wanted, on behalf of the organizers and the audience, wish you all a big thank you, or say a big thanks to you for traveling to Bergen during uncertain times. And for the ones who are based in Bergen and Norway, for getting down into the dark basement here. It's appreciated. And we hope it has been a fun day for everyone, and that you will like to come back at some point in time. So with that, we will have a little souvenir from this day.
Oh dear!
So it's a book about what's going on here in Bergen in the cluster, and it's also beer, local microbrewed beer.
There you go.
Which is actually it's a special one based on a formula created by AI. We gave IBM Watson a long list of ingredients, and that AI were able to pick out the favorites that the people here in Bergen like the most. So this is AI brewed beer, ladies and gentlemen. And if you join the hackathon, I don't know if this is okay to say on camera, but there will be beer for everyone, the same tray. So make sure to join in, and also soft drinks. I guess that's what we're allowed to say. Did everybody get... With that, we'd just like to, again, thank all of the speakers for taking a time and doing amazing presentations. Thank you from everyone. We'd also like to thank Kulturoperatørene and Bright for a flawless performance of the show. The most magical thing here, in addition to what's going on the stage, is what you don't see. The 10-12 person behind this curtain working hard to make everything flawless. Kudos for a job well done.
Cheers.
And last but not least, I would also like to extend a big thank to Media City Bergen and the Norwegian media clusters, all my colleagues there, and CEO Anne Jacobsen in particular for betting on this crazy event during COVID, and Charlotte Vindenes for making sure that everything went smooth as silk. You are all rock stars. Thank you.
Cheers.
And now, all I have left to say is that this was MCB Hack 2021. See you again in 2022, and see you again in 10 minutes in the Universal Design session, and then the hackathon. Just follow my colleagues, and they will lead you the way to the correct venue. Thanks again, and see you later tonight.